Check one.
Oh, okay. Should we turn it off until it's needed?
Good morning and welcome to the Nancy S. Grasmick Education Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. Pleased to, along with Chair Leggett, welcome you and to our joint meeting of the Blueprint Accountability and Implementation Board and the Maryland State Board of Education, officially calling the meeting to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have, where is Mr. Schoen? There you are. Do we have quorum? Check on quorum for you.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, and the AIB has quorum as well. At this time, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. We are delighted. First, I want to just take a moment to welcome Mr. Chet Chesterfield, who is joining us for his first meeting of the state with the State Board of Education. Welcome, Mr. Chesterfield. Mr. Chesterfield joins us from Somerset County on the Eastern Shore. He is a nonprofit leader and has had an extended career as an administrator in higher education. He was previously a member of the Somerset County Board of Education, and we welcome you, Mr. Chesterfield, to our body and look forward to serving with you in the years to come. Welcome. Before we dive into the agenda of today's meeting, I want to take a moment to make a few brief comments about Maryland's commitment to serving all of our children in public schools. In Superintendent's guidance released this week, Dr. Wright issued a message that I want to emphasize for the public today. Every student that resides in Maryland, regardless of immigration status, deserves access to a quality education, and it is our joint responsibility to uphold that right. The application of law is clear, stated by Justice Brennan in Plyler versus Doe over 40 years ago. The Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment extends to a basic public education for all resident children. During this season, we encourage all families to stop and take time to ensure that family plans and contingency arrangements are in place. Make time to prepare for any number of circumstances that may arise. Our commitment has been and continues to be to ensuring public schools honor the legal obligations of protecting student privacy and guaranteeing access to public education, while also upholding our ethical and moral commitments to protecting our children's well-being. This is a time for all of us in public education, educators, parents, students, and community leaders, to lean on our better angels, to resist the temptation of division, and quiet the prejudice that we each carry. This moment calls for us to unite under a human cause and our legal responsibility with the humility and the strength of focus to execute our core mission: educate children, all children. We must remain clear-eyed in that mission. Let me state clearly, as for us and our public schools, we will serve, protect, and love all of Maryland's children. Thank you. In a moment, look forward to framing today's meeting by reviewing some key highlights of the Blueprint for Maryland's Future that I was able to share with Dr. Smith and Ms. Heiss and Dr. Kerwin during a joint briefing of the House of Delegates last week. Before I do, I'm pleased to turn the meeting over to Chair Leggett to discuss progress on the Blueprint. Chair Leggett.
Thank you so very much, and let me join in thanking you for your very well stated statements and to indicate that we are in full support of what you've stated, because I think it's important that we send a very strong message today that we're about educating our children, all of our children. And clearly there's too much fear, anxiety, and challenges related to children. There are too many difficulties that we know about today that hampers their progress, and fear certainly should not be an ongoing effort for them. Let me also acknowledge and recognize and thank my board members for being here, and I'm going to ask them just to raise their hands so that people have an opportunity to know who they are. Vice Chair Curran, Robertson, Lynch, Stapleton, Doss, I think she's here, Minko, and of course our Executive Director, Mrs. Heiss. Thank you. Let me also acknowledge and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the ongoing relationship that we've had working together. Started some couple of years ago with, at that time, Chair President Crawford, Clarence Crawford, and thank him again for the initial ongoing efforts that we've had, the initial and the ongoing efforts that we've had in working together. Let me also acknowledge the tremendous work that I've seen in our new superintendent. It has been really a delight to work with her, to see the progress that we've made together, the number of opportunities we've had to meet and work together, and the progress that we've made certainly could not have been made in the time that we've made it without your dedication, your leadership, and your hard work. You and your team have worked diligently to bring us to this point. We've accomplished a great deal, and we have a number of things to achieve in the future, but I'm certain that with your leadership and our cooperation, we'll get there. I'm not going to go through each and every detail of the items that we want to normally highlight because of the number of speakers and others who would want to participate in today's meeting. But let me just say to start with that although the blueprint was passed several years ago, we've only been in operation, full operation, slightly less than 2 years. And so when you look at the progress that we've made and the challenges that we've overcome in a relatively short period of time, I believe that is remarkable. We know today that there is a new look that people have had over the last several months related to the blueprint. And they've tied, unfortunately, much of the challenges with the current budget to the formulas for educating our kids today under the blueprint. And maybe at some point in the time in the future, there may be some level of an impact, but right now, the challenge that we see with the state in terms of its operating budget are not those associated with the blueprint today. And so the decisions that we make on the recommendations that we make are not immediately tied to the operational budget challenges that the state is facing. We may have that challenge in the future, but that is not what we're dealing with today. There have been suggestions about changes. And as you know, when you provide a legislative effort of this magnitude, it is certain that we will have changes over a period of time. This was not designed for 1 year, but a 10-year span. And much of what we've seen and much of the implications of the challenges that we wanted to make were decided prior to the COVID challenges that we've had as a nation. But if we're going to make changes, we're going to make them based on a very strong evidentiary base. My plan and the plan of our board is to implement this with fidelity. There is too much at stake. When you go back and look at where we've started, where we've ranked in terms of our performance across this nation, it is unacceptable. And to suggest that we could go back to business as usual based on challenges we see today is simply unacceptable for our kids, for the state, and for its economy. And so if there are changes to be made, we want to see changes that are going to be evidentially based changes for us. That's where we are. And I hope that people fully understand that message. There's an awful lot going around the state about changing this and changing that. And certainly when we've seen and not understand that there needs to be changes, we will address that. But the change that we see today, or the things that we're suggesting today, is not a suggestion that we're prepared to make major changes to the blueprint without clear, convincing evidence to do so. Let me ask my vice chair to say a word or two, and we will come back at a later point and go through some of the details of the progress that we've made. Mr. Kerr, would you like to make a point, please?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to echo and support everything you said. First about our dynamic superintendent and the how effectively we have been able to work with her, and also want to thank our executive director Rachel Heiss for all of her extraordinary work and her team. But I'm so pleased you made the comment about how change will occur with the blueprint. It was always understood that with a 10-year plan, when you write it on day one, you can't get everything perfect for 10 years. So adjustments undoubtedly will occur. But your restatement of the commitment that AIB has to only considering changes where there is evidence, clear and convincing evidence that change needs to occur, is so important, and it is the only way that we can keep the blueprint on course to achieve the very ambitious goals that we have. I know we got off to a bit of a slow start when the blueprint was first passed, and no one had expected the impact of COVID, so we started. We got a bit behind in where we would want to be, but what is so heartening to me is to see the progress that has been made over the recent months, and I say that I think we're on course, and we're hitting our stride. And I think the hard work that the people have been doing across the state, in the LEAs, in the classroom, in the state board, at AIB, the the collective commitment and alignment to making this work is really beginning to pay dividends, and we just have to keep the faith and keep pushing on.
Let me just indicate just one change so that we make sure that we are clear about this. It is a significant change related to teacher shortage. We've heard the description of collaborative time, but the real problem is that there's a serious teacher shortage in the state of Maryland, and one that many states are facing all around the nation. Our plan called for a significant increase of 12 to 15,000 additional teachers. But if we take where we start, we are significantly below the number that we should have for existing teachers. And we have a number of teachers who are conditionally certified. So when you add the fact that we're already below the number that we should have today, and many of them are conditionally certified, and you therefore have to increase that number by 12 to 15,000, then you see the challenges ahead for us. A couple of weeks ago, we had a very enlightened discussion with information provided by the State Board that illustrated very clearly for us that problem. One of the ancillary impacts of that, the impact to the blueprint, was collaborative time. So when you look at the problem is teacher shortage that impact collaborative time. And therefore, looking at those numbers, based on the evidence provided, we were able to go back and suggest that we needed to reevaluate, the timeline and the strategy for how we enhance collaborative time. That is the decision, and the only decision thus far that the AIB has made. There are other ideas, other suggestions that are out there that we will look at, evaluate, but that is the decision. But the basis of the decision starts with the evidence of the failure to have the teachers available for us in the foreseeable future. So with that, I'm going to stop because I think we could go on for a number of points, but let me turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Chair Leggett. And like I said, I just want to bring into our meeting some of the highlights that we were able to cover about the progress so far in each of the pillars. Let's start with Pillar 1. We can go ahead to the next. Want to highlight here that we now have over 24,000 students enrolled in publicly funded full-day pre-K. That's an increase of nearly 9,000 students since the adoption of the blueprint. You'll note that we have nearly 34,000 students in pre-K overall, but that key indicator of public, either delivered through public or private providers, full-day pre-kindergarten. Also want to add, as we look at the expansion this year, that we have added 1,600 new seats. 46% of those new seats were in private child care settings. That's significant as we're building our mixed delivery system. Partnering with both local school systems and private providers, we are focused and poised to dramatically accelerate pre-K enrollment as we move into school year 25-26. We'll be discussing that later this morning. Pillar 2, we continue to make critical strides in teacher development and compensation. All 24 ELAs have confirmed at least a 10% salary increase for teachers between 2019 and 2024, and all are on track for that $60,000 minimum salary by 2026. In December, over 1,000 teachers earned their National Board Certificate, the second highest rate of new National Board Cert teachers in the country, totaling 2,279 teachers statewide. And as of this year, all LEAs have successfully launched levels 1 through 3 of the educator career ladder. We know there's more work to do, but we want to celebrate a few things. First, that there has been an expansion in the number of the share of teachers of color. Mr. Hands, we can go to the next slide. 19% of our National Board certified teachers identified as teachers of colors at this time. That is still shy of the over 30% of teachers of color, about 1/3 in our total teacher population. We have work to do, but we're pleased about progress. And I just want to highlight, we are still very focused on increasing the number of our teachers that are teaching in our low-performing schools, still sitting at 12%. Pillar 3, college and career readiness. We continue to take steps to bolster this pre-K-12 aligned instructional system called for in the blueprint. And I just want to take a moment to underscore our work here at the State Department that we do, I want to be very clear, is a core part of the blueprint. Dr. Kerwin and the commission, they called for this core instructional system. And when we're adopting the literacy policy, the pre-K through 3 literacy policy, and later today as we embark on the math, this is the core work of Pillar 3. And I'll just take a quick moment to my AIB members. Last month, we all got a holiday gift, here at the board, some winter reading, Math Mind, and we are giving you the same text as we embark on our math policy later today. So board members told me it's an enjoyable and quick read, believe it or not, and so we hope you'll enjoy reading along with us as we're really diving into math. We are also taking up reforms to the accountability system, which again are key parts of Pillar 3 that help ensure measurement of progress within that instructional system and that it's easily accessible and understandable to the public. The CTE committee, in partnership with MSD and AIB, has established new policies related to apprenticeships and industry-recognized credentials. Progress on apprenticeships, as you'll see on this slide, demonstrate an 8-fold increase over the past 3 years, and the number of students on the next slide participating in dual enrollment continues to expand. Under Pillar 4, we are providing more resources to ensure that all students are successful, truly prioritizing our at-promise students. This fall, we added 167 new community schools. That totals 621 statewide. On our next slide, we highlight the work of the Special Education Work Group that is hard at work finalizing recommendations, and we are intensifying efforts to support multilingual learners and their families. Finally, in Pillar 5, our expert review teams comprising educators and subject matter experts conducted 130 school visits, site visits last year in all 24 LEAs. This included the focused work of the literacy review teams. We have also launched the Blueprint Financial Reporting System, which establishes fiscal year 2025 as our baseline year. In closing, I just want to reiterate comments from Chair Leggett by stating that together, the State Board and the AIB are deeply committed to realizing the promise and the vision of the Blueprint. The stakes are high. The Blueprint is truly a once-in-a-generation opportunity and represents our nation's biggest bet on public education. We understand that achieving the goals of the Blueprint requires thoughtful, deliberative implementation focused on student outcomes. And our mission truly remains clear: deliver a world-class education for every child in Maryland. With that, we will go ahead and jump into a few housekeeping items on our meeting. First, just want to remind the public that State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access via live stream on the State Board website. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. We'll now move into the public comment portion of our meeting. Speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take in-person registrants first, followed by virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform we use for public comment. If you experience problems, please go to audio only. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by Mr. Hands. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments shall be directed to both boards, not to an individual board member. For future commenters to request accommodations for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in the board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the meeting. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zach Hands, who will see that copies are made available to all board members. To date, we have 10 individuals signed up. At this time, we'll take our first in-person participant, Ms. Ria Gupta, on the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Please join us.
Hello, President Michael, Chair Leggett, Superintendent Wright, members of the State Board of Education, and members of the Accountability and Implementation Board. My name is Ria Gupta, and I am the Interim Executive Director of Strong Schools Maryland and co-chair of the Blueprint Coalition. I'm here today to express serious concerns regarding the proposed cuts to our education system. First, the proposal to pause collaborative time is not just a delay. It is a direct cut to critical resources for our teachers and students. Understanding the reality of our current teacher shortage, it is important to acknowledge that collaborative time contributes to improving teacher retention, which is critical in building our pipeline. But this issue goes beyond that. It's about the funding formula itself. When we cut collaborative time, we cut into the foundation of the blueprint, which means less money for all students, including those who need it the most, particularly those in multilingual and compensatory education programs. This is not a small issue. It's a systemic reduction that will affect every school system in the state. The loss of these funds will disproportionately harm the students who rely on them most, perpetuating educational inequities across Maryland. Next, community schools serve our most vulnerable students, offering vital wraparound services such as mental health supports, after-school programs, and healthcare. Freezing these funds undermines the progress we've made in addressing educational disparities and directly harms students in high-poverty schools. It's important to understand that cuts to the state share don't just affect state funding, they also directly impact local share, meaning that the loss to students is effectively doubled. When combined with cuts to collaborative time, the total loss becomes a staggering $2.7 billion. This is paired with a proposed staggering $90 million cuts to the Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports that has provided 58,000 students with behavioral health services. Thankfully, neither the State Board nor the AIB are elected bodies. Your mandate is rooted in the law, and you have been entrusted with the stewardship of Maryland schools. This means that you have a unique responsibility to act boldly and decisively to protect the future of our students. Now more than ever, we need you to be the strong, vocal defenders of the blueprint, its funding, and its promise for every student in this state. We ask you to actively push back against any and all efforts to roll back or hamper the blueprint. Work with us to bring solutions to the table that will keep Maryland on track to fulfill its promise of creating world-class schools. This means calling for new revenue measures through fair share, standing firm against cuts, and innovating towards solutions that ensure Maryland schools are adequately supported and funded. These cuts to collaboration time, community schools, and coordinated community sports are cuts to education, to schools, and to children. The State Board and the AIB must be fierce advocates for the full implementation of the blueprint, and we expect you to defend our schools with the commitment and urgency that our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. We appreciate your comments. Next, we'll go to our virtual participants. First up, Hillary Roberts King, Pre-K Expansion. I believe you're still on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Hillary Roberts King, and I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Baltimore Child Care, a nonprofit organization that has been providing early education and care at our centers in Baltimore City since 1983. We currently serve 250 families in our 3 child care centers. And this past year, DBCC became a public pre-K provider under the blueprint. In 2008, my own child attended a pilot version of the public pre-K program under the Hoyer Grant at the original DBCC location. This past year, we returned with application assistance from MSCCA, allowing us to extend pre-K enrollment to income-eligible families, families who do not speak English as their primary language, and children with disabilities. Most of these families were already enrolled in DBCC centers, and now they have the opportunity to continue their child's education in the same centers they've trusted for years, conveniently located near their workplaces. One often overlooked advantage of allocating public pre-K funds to childcare centers is the ability to provide critical continuity and stability. At DBCC, 95% of our public pre-K students participate in our full-day program, allowing children to spend their entire day with the same teachers. Long-standing research consistently shows that stable, strong relationships and interactions are critical to social and cognitive development in the first 5 years of life. By enrolling in DBCC's public pre-K program, children can benefit from the instruction, care, and continuity of a single teaching team 10 hours a day, 12 months a year, and parents are not scrambling to arrange for before school, after school, holiday, and summer care. We are able to prioritize the growth of the child and support to the family. I'd like to offer a few suggestions to improve accessibility for community-based providers participating in public pre-K. Revise the distribution of grant funds by shifting from a reimbursement model to a fee-for-service approach. The current reimbursement structure imposes significant burdens on community-based providers by making us cover costs up front. Adjust the grant timeline to begin as early in the calendar year as possible, ensuring that providers are notified by early spring at the latest of public slot allocations. And currently, pre-K providers must navigate multiple separate systems to manage compliance, accreditation, and quality reporting, in addition to meeting the public school pre-K standards. While these systems are all overseen by MSDE, they often operate in silos, creating inefficiencies, and aligning the requirements would eliminate unaligned compliance structures, reduce administrative burden on already overstretched programs, and make pre-K expansion more accessible to community providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. Next, we have Olatunde Clark, also on pre-K expansion. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you to the State Board and thank you to the AIB for allowing us to comment today. Specifically, I am the Vice President of Child and Family Services at St. Vincent de Paul of Baltimore. At St. Vincent de Paul, we've been operating Head Start specifically actually for decades and running some state pre-K classrooms for going on 9 years now. I was incredibly excited with the new legislation that came out and expected to be participating at a much bigger and fuller level than it actually turned out. And so I did want to talk about some of the obstacles to participation. One, on a very simple level, I think we were so prepared and spent so much and invested so much, and I'm about to talk about the investment, that actually we had a very large application that didn't even manage to go through because there isn't a portal, or we had to submit via email, which for the work now that's coming through MSDE, I think they do need a submission portal so they can actually handle the what should be a huge influx from the community. I am counting as a community-based provider, and I was trying to come in for a good number of classrooms. What I'm going to say is that there are some overlapping systems that create this hardship for participation because they each come with a cost. Just to operate in Baltimore City, you have to get licensed, right? And that comes with its own regulations, and everyone accepts that. To participate in Maryland Excels, because to be participate in pre-K, you have to operate at the highest level in Excels. You definitely need manpower. The people who are successful in Excels have people dedicated to doing the uploads, collecting the documentation, and just pushing. It's a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of administrative work to be successful in Excels. And then layered on top of that, you have accreditation, which comes with its own costs. Depending on how many classrooms you're accrediting, you are looking at different books, different supplies. All of these levels, all these quality ratings are wonderful. The problem is they're not aligned. They all come with their own individual price tag. I have 6 physical sites, 27 classrooms. All my sites are accredited. All my sites are at level 5 in Excels, but that's because we were able to commit the funding. The fact that they're stacked, the fact that there's no alignment and that you have to engage each level separately and they all come with a price tag is a barrier to participation. My most recent issue was that there wasn't a proper platform to receive such a large application for my program, but that investment and the investment to not pay off and for programs to make that type of investment just to participate, I don't think that was the intention behind creating all the access, because it is hard to actually access it. The other thing I want to talk about, 2027, 2028, we're projected to move away from the requirement of just having a bachelor's degree. That's why I was able to prepare an application.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We appreciate your comments.
I did that.
We know you're on a roll, but we appreciate your comments. They are noted, and if you'd like to provide additional thoughts to us in writing, we will definitely consider them. We thank you for joining us. Next up, we have Ms. India Ivory, also on pre-K expansion. Thank you.
Good morning to the members of the Maryland State Board of Education and Accountability and Improvement Board. I would like to thank the State Board and AIB for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is India Ivory. I am the Assistant Director and a certified Maryland pre-kindergarten teacher at Linskis Child Care Center in East Baltimore, Maryland. We're licensed with 28 students, serving students 6 weeks through age 5. Our program's learning philosophy merges learning through play, following a curriculum that supports each student's social, emotional, and academic wellness. We like to consider our program a home away from home for students. This is the first year our program is awarded the Maryland Pre-Kindergarten Expansion Grant. We were awarded 20 public pre-K slots. We're fully enrolled. Our program wanted to be a part of the state's pre-K expansion plans to provide families and their children with quality services in early education because we know that it supports childhood development trajectories. So far, we've been able to form some dynamic partnerships with both students and their families, and it has made all the difference. I would like to share 3 key points about how changes in the grant process would make the partnership easier for community-based providers like myself to participate. First, changing the distribution of the grant funds from an invoice reimbursement to a fee-for-service model. The invoice reimbursement structure of the grant places a significant burden on smaller programs that are in the community, like myself. Many other local programs would attest that we're operating on tight margins with very few and limited access to funding. My second point is shifting the timeline award so that we're notified early in the year. This is so we will be better prepared to know what to expect for the upcoming school year. This would better align with enrollment cycles and would allow community-based providers to have time for implementation in grant processes. Lastly, aligning requirements for accreditation in the Maryland Excels program. Currently, providers must navigate separate systems, as some of my colleagues have echoed. Allowing the requirements to be better streamed would allow us to not face the administrative burdens that we don't have the manpower to handle. In closing, I'd like to thank each person for their time today, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ivory. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Mr. Paul Lemley, our partner at the Maryland, at MSEA, talking today on assessment and the accountability framework. Mr. Lemley.
Good morning, Dr. Michaels, Chairman Leggett, and members of the boards. My name is Paul Lemley. I'm a National Board Certified Social Studies and Special Education teacher, serving as president of the Maryland State Education Association. MSEA, the State Board, and the AIB are all leaders who need to balance the blueprint's future with implementation realities. We all need to understand both policy and budget implications. And we need to set the record straight whenever proposals that threaten the blueprint's viability are considered. I'm speaking to you today with a call to action as individuals, as independent boards, and as leaders. Don't allow policy decisions to cause catastrophic budget cuts for our most vulnerable students. Sean Johnson, MSEA's executive director, will speak about how a collaborative time delay must not mean compounding cuts to comp ed, multilingual learners, and students receiving special education services. My topic is mostly community schools. Last week, MSDE, MSEA, PZAM, and MABE spoke before the Appropriations and Ways and Means Committees. Almost every group identified community schools as one of the big successes of the blueprint. So it defies logic to delay community school supports at all, much less for 2 years as this year's legislation proposes. The General Assembly should quickly dismiss that proposal. It would have a devastating effect on students in concentrated poverty when taken in conjunction with the cuts due to a delay in collaborative time. The potential impact on students and families moves us further away from the goal of ending childhood poverty. We can find a balance without hurting multilingual learners and students in poverty. Multilingual learners are the fastest growing segment of our student population, and as Dr. Wright reported, have the largest gap in student achievement. There's no justification for reducing our effort for these students. Just for a second on the fallacy that we couldn't possibly provide collaborative time today. That's simply not true. First, some of our LEAs are already doing it, and some don't have the funding. As an example, if elementary teachers in Baltimore only have 45 minutes of planning time 3 times a week, we've made it impossible for them to do the job. Washington County teachers don't have adequate time to do the job. Second, we could hire some additional teachers immediately in elementary schools, the most common type of license, and expand our hiring efforts into shortage areas as the blueprint has always phased in over a decade. We should not be changing our goals in the face of a challenge. We should be addressing the challenge. Separate from the impact of a collaborative time delay, all state education leaders need to speak with a loud, clear voice. We cannot afford to freeze community school supports. Our students are counting on us getting this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. We appreciate your comments this morning. Next, we have Mr. Sean Johnson, also from MSEA, on blueprint funding impact.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, hello, Dr. Michael. Hello, boards. My name is Sean Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of MSEA. As President Lemley just noted, I wanted to spend time in public comment today to talk about the policy and budget impacts associated with the discussions that you have had about collaborative time. And I'm at a minimum, ask you to advocate to hold all at-promise students harmless. The delay the AIB has advocated for is reflected in the governor's budget and blueprint proposals now before the General Assembly. But know that this is about more than just a policy decision. A delay in collaborative time has the budget impact of reducing the per pupil funding amount. That foundation amount is tied to per pupil funding for all at-promise students, students receiving special education services, free or reduced price meals, and multilingual learners. A foundation reduction thereby is a double cut to our most vulnerable learners. But this is preventable. The governor's blueprint legislation includes a hold harmless adjustment to protect funding for students receiving special education services. That's good, but does not go far enough, as compensatory education and multilingual learners must also be held harmless. Now, back in 2019, I served as a member of the Kerwin Commission's funding formula work group. And from that work, I know that the at-promise weights were constructed more as a manageable phase-in and to annually increase per pupil funding in each category. If we fail to hold harmless all at-promise categories, that plan is disrupted. It disrupts the plan and the expected supports. It means less money per pupil in some at-promise categories than in the earliest years of blueprint implementation. So if someone tells you that the delay in collaborative time only reduces increases, but that per pupil funding in categories still increases, that's only partially true. The delay without any hold harmless means we spend less per pupil for multilingual learners next year than this year. It means by the 4th year of the delay in 2029, we would be funding comp ed students at a per pupil level more consistent with 2024. That is shocking. At a time when needs are growing and 22% inflation has handicapped the formula already, and our commitment was supposed to be increasing, we would be doing less for students in poverty. Now, whatever your opinion is on the necessity to delay collaborative time, a decision to hold harmless one category, but not the other two, is not justifiable, and frankly contradicts any notion that this policy proposal is more about implementation than about balancing the budget. My written testimony before you today includes a detailed breakdown of all 4 years of the financial impact of state and local funds associated with this discussion, and I hope you'll review it. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Johnson. Next, we have Ms. Monica Waddell Lubinsky, draft regulations for outdoor preschool licensing with MSDE's Office of Child Care. Good morning.
Hi there, and thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. Thank you to the Board of Ed and the AIB, and to you, Chair Leggett. We passed House Bill 525. It was enacted in summer of 2023 to establish an outdoor preschool pilot program, because there are many child care programs that operate in or want to operate legally in parks and so on. And we worked hard with the Office of Child Care and the State Department of Ed and other entities to draft regulations. Those regulations were put up in June to this board, and we are grateful for the hard work of MSDE and all of the partners. I represent one of the members of the stakeholders group. And again, the regulations on the whole, we are really thrilled about. However, I'm submitting testimony here to reconsider one sort of fatal flaw, if you will, in the regulations. There's already a precedent for outdoor preschool licensing in Washington State, and one regulation regarding operation in cold weather temperatures needs to be adjusted. The Washington State regulation, which is what our prevailing research is based on, says that conditions that pose a health or safety risk may include, but are not limited to, heat in excess of 100 degrees or pursuant to advice of the local authority, or cold less than 20 degrees or pursuant to the advice of the local authority. So in the existing example that we have, that's how they've been operating since 2019, pre-pandemic. That's currently how the regulations are written. So we are concerned that if the regulations are passed today, as they've been drafted here in Maryland, they're suggesting that the exact language is that we would have to close if it was 30 degrees or below instead of 20 degrees or below. And I want you to just keep in mind that also part of the regulations are extensive additional training that teachers who engage in outdoor preschool, work with children, will have to have, so that they are equipped to make appropriate decisions for the children in their care. So we're really just suggesting to cross off yellow or red zone, and just like we would not operate in the red zone of the Child Care Weather Watch guide, we would also not operate in the red zone of the cold weather guidance, and that we would follow the precedent that's already been set for Washington State. If we don't do that, then we need to know that we are going to be promoting chronic absenteeism for families who are relying on these kinds of programs for childcare. They will not be able to operate because the language says they must close if the weather is 30 degrees or below.
Thank you very much
And
for your comments. We appreciate your comments this morning.
Is that time? Okay.
It is.
Thank you.
And we take your comments under consideration, and if there's anything additional you'd like to submit, we will review that in writing. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Sharon Saroff on special education. Good morning.
Good morning. We constantly talk about a world-class education toolbox. We don't have a world-class education. I'm glad the AIB is here today to hear what I have to say. Reason is that Maryland is going about getting that world-class education all wrong. We're thinking about cutting teacher collaborative time. We've already decided that special education doesn't need to be in the conversation by eliminating IEP students from needing reading intervention plans. We are talking about cutting funding to programs like Department of Rehab Services, which are programs that are already strapped and supposed to be taking students and helping them get jobs. I have a lot of former clients who have become clients again because DOORS is not funding their needs to find employment. We've already failed them by not teaching them the basic skills, because a lot of these students still do not have proper reading skills and a lot of these students do not have proper math skills. So to say that an IEP has everything that it needs and these kids do not need reading interventions, you need to see what I see. I have looked at IEPs, particularly this year, that have no baseline. Where are we starting from? I have looked at IEPs that not only don't have a baseline, they don't have an endpoint. Where are we going? And if they do have an endpoint, is it realistic? If you don't tell me where I'm starting from and you tell me that you want this kid to be at 80%, that's not a good IEP. I have a lot of clients right now who are in 5th, 6th, 7th, and high school that aren't reading at grade level, that aren't even reading at the 3rd grade level. What are we doing about them? We want a world-class education. We can't cut teacher collaborative time. We can't cut Department of Rehab Services. We can't leave special education out of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this morning, Ms. Saroff. Next, we have Mr. Buzzy Heddleman, proposed budget cuts to Blueprint funding. Welcome, Mr. Heddleman.
Thank you, President Michaels. Is my mic on?
Your mic is, but your video is off.
Oh, I don't know why that is, but anyway, I'm not very good looking, so I will proceed. Thank you, President Michaels, Chair Leggett, and members of the AIB and State Board. I am Buzzy Heddleman, an analyst and advocate, and I have great respect for the very difficult work you do. I know, too, that now you're sitting on a political hot seat. Still, on behalf of our undereducated students who are disproportionately poor, Black, and brown, you have your duty to do. That duty is to speak out and oppose the severe budget cuts proposed by the Moore administration. Beneath all the spin, here's the truth. Point one, the cuts will run to as much as $6 billion through 2033 when the blueprint sunsets. The administration has put back about $60 million for the coming year, but that's a fraction of the cuts, and it's much worse through 2033. Point two, education has been cut much more than any other state function. Believe it or not, the blueprint is the lowest priority in the whole proposed budget. Point three, the cuts will cause hundreds of thousands of students, especially in pre-K through 3rd, to miss out on literacy and other interventions and become academically doomed. Point four, the claim that deep cuts in collaborative time are harmless because of teacher shortages is deceptive. To start with, the number 15,000 is deceptive. That's the number for 4 years from now, and over those 4 years, the number of teachers could be grown incrementally. Also, in the meantime, the funds could be redirected to underfunded programs like instructional interventions, classroom coaches, and behavioral resources that support teachers and aid in recruitment. Please speak to these points. The burden particularly falls on the AIB, which has a statutory duty to assess the adequacy of resources. That duty hasn't been fulfilled. I know how risky it is to buck the political power of the State House, but you are the guardians of our school children and must have the courage to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heddleman. We appreciate your comments this morning. Last, we have Ms. Alicia Renee on special education and the Prince George's County Public Schools FY26 budget. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning. I am here today as a parent who is deeply frustrated not just with Prince George's County Public Schools, but with MSDE's lack of oversight and its failure to protect the rights of children under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. The current system is failing families, and MSDE is not fulfilling its responsibility to ensure that school systems comply with federal law. Despite clear evidence that my child, as many others, are being denied legally required services, MSDE refuses to provide recommendations for compensatory education. Instead, parents like me are told to pursue due process hearings, even though state data proves that this system overwhelmingly favors the school districts. According to a 2018 report by the Department of Legislative Services, 80% of special education disputes in Maryland are resolved through formal processes like mediation or due process hearings. However, only a small percentage of parents are successful in these hearings because the burden of proof relies entirely on us. This makes the process expensive, emotionally draining, and nearly impossible for many families to navigate. And to be clear, that navigation is $15,000 to $200,000. Rather than stepping in to ensure compliance, MSDE has chosen to prioritize
Can you hear me? I have a Zoom meeting on.
So do I get to start?
Mr. Hedelman, can you mute your microphone?
So do I start over or?
Please, you'll have an additional 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. So rather than stepping in to ensure compliance, MSDE has chosen to prioritize its legal defenses. For example, the budget for the Office of the State's Attorney increased to over $26 million in fiscal year 25, while MSDE offers little support to families seeking justice. This sends a troubling message. It's cheaper to fight parents than to hold school systems accountable. It is really how really how taxpayer dollars should be spent. Parents should not have to fight this hard for their children to receive the services they are legally entitled to. MSDE's failure to provide oversight to enforce compliance shifts the burdens onto families, leaving children without education they deserve. This is unacceptable. I urge MSDE to reevaluate its priorities, use taxpayer money to ensure compliance with IDEA, not to fund legal battles against parents, hold school districts accountable when they fail to meet their obligations. Maryland's children deserve better, and so do the families who are fighting for them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this morning. We appreciate you joining us. With that, that concludes the public comment portion of our meeting. And at this time, we are prepared for our update from the AIB Executive Director and the State Superintendent of Schools. Turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I know we're a little behind on time, so I will try to be brief here. Wanted to provide an update on two items. The first is the status of the LEA Blueprint implementation plans. MSDE and AIB staff have been reviewing those materials for many months now, as we have provided feedback to the LEAs and received additional submissions that are then reviewed and recommendations of approval brought forward to the AIB when appropriate. We are currently the board has approved 20 of those plans unconditionally. An additional 3 plans have received conditional approval. And at Thursday's AIB meeting, there will be a recommendation to approve the one remaining LEA plan. So hopefully we will be in a position where we have all of the plans in a place where they are approved and being implemented. As we continue down the path of blueprint implementation, these plans are 5-year plans. So they run through now the 26-27 school year. So we are thinking about and consulting with MSDE around what progress monitoring looks like as we move forward. And we have an item on the agenda later today where we'll talk about that a little further. And then we also wanted to share that as we are moving out of this initial phase of implementation and into sort of the next phase, that AIB and MSDE have been discussing how to prioritize the work how to leverage the expertise of each of the agencies to support implementation, and to really ensure that we are doing all of the things that we can do to support the LEAs and the state agencies in blueprint implementation. And we're going to continue to have that conversation and really try to refine our processes so that we are as efficient and effective as we can be, and leverage all of the hard work and staff that we, all of, I should say, the the limited number of staff that we have doing this work. So wanted to provide that update. And then the second update relates to the career ladders. So part of the 2024 plans included level 1 through 3 of the career ladder for teachers. So that is sort of like level 1 is essentially all teachers. Level 2 are teachers that are pursuing national board certification or another certification if national board is not available. And then level 3 is for teachers who have actually earned that national board or other certification. Level 4 of the teacher leadership track is currently due to be submitted on July 1st of this year. In addition, in initial guidance that AIB and MSDE released to the LEAs back in November, the proposal was that the administrator track, as well as what is called peer assistance and review around professional development support, were both also going to be due on July 1st. Based on feedback that we received from the LEAs and others, we are going to be proposing that guidance be revised, and we're working on that now, to delay the submission of the administrator track and of what is referred to as PAR, due to the need for MSDE and AIB to provide more guidance around what that looks like. So we have heard the feedback from our superintendents that they've requested, more timely guidance and more lead time before submissions are due. And so in an effort to really acknowledge that and really have the LEAs focus on building out the teacher leadership track of level 4, we're going to be proposing that those 2 submissions be delayed. And in addition, that principals who are under the administrator track, that principals who do not hold national board certification currently would be grandfathered into the administrator track. So that would mean that we would really be focusing on our principal pipeline and supporting those assistant principals and aspiring principals to earn national board, so that they can move up the administrator track. So we will be releasing revised guidance very soon that sort of summarizes all of those things, but wanted to provide that update to all of you. And I think that is what I have. Okay, over to you.
All right, thanks. So I wanted to bring some updates to you regarding several items. One is the school leadership training. We have started that over the past 6 months. We've been working with AIB and facilitators from the K-12 Coalition to not only design but start implementing the training for our school-based leaders at no cost to them. We have brought together over between January 14th and the 16th nearly 900 school leaders in 5 different areas across the state, focusing on things obviously like student outcomes, staff retention. We're focusing on using research-based instructional leadership strategies that are going to equip our leaders. The first session was really focused on deconstructing standards, how to use assessments, and instructional coherence. We are working to implement that across the state. The next sessions over the next few months are going to be focused on data-driven instruction, observation and feedback, and systems and leadership development. As you know, Our standards and frameworks validation committees across multiple areas are working very diligently. Health Ed and PE are on track to present their recommendations to the board in June. There will be public updates on their work, and this will be accessible via our website. Literacy is finalizing the first phase of its validation process, and we'll be presenting the progress to the board in May. And math has been meeting biweekly since September of '24, and they will be presenting their comments and feedback and updates to you in May as well. Social Studies is set to release their 30-day public comment period next month, with a final adoption scheduled for March. And I need you to know that all of this work really reflects a true commitment to equity, clarity, and improved outcomes for Maryland students. The MSDE assessment team has been working this month. As you know, we are crafting an RFP to go out for a brand new statewide assessment. They are working to get that scope of work completed. This work has been guided by the Assessment and Accountability Task Force report, as well as our Technical Advisory Committee. They have been, guiding the work of the development of the RFP, as well as staff from the Center for Assessment have been working with us as well. A final draft is going to be completed by this Friday. The procurement team will then send it to the Office of State Procurement for pre-solicitation approvals, and then we anticipate that the solicitation and evaluation period will take place from March to May, with an award in June. This afternoon, you will be receiving the policy, the mathematics policy, pre-K through grade 12. This policy is really a strategic initiative designed to transform mathematics, teaching, learning, and achievement. It is aligned to the foundational goals of the blueprint by ensuring that all students, regardless of background, will have an equitable access to coherent and high-quality math education. This math policy implementation will require a collective effort of all math educators and leaders, but it is critically important that our students become ready to apply their knowledge in real-world contexts, enhancing their readiness for daily life, higher ed, and future careers. We are also, we were blessed to be awarded an initial grant from the Walton Foundation. This is phase one. It was a $250,000 grant that was given to us as part of a three-phase process. Phase one really identified Maryland as a state that adopts ambitious, evidence-based policy and is committed to ensuring policy reaches students statewide. Now in phase two, we are partnering with instruction partners to submit a multi-year plan in improving outcomes for children in both literacy and mathematics. And by the end of February, we are positioned to submit that phase two grant to Walton. We are seeking $2 million for literacy and mathematics, totaling $4 million over 3 years. That will deploy statewide literacy and math coaches to support LEAs, K through 3 literacy and 4 through 8 mathematics. And last but certainly not least, we are also working with national partners to address chronic absenteeism. As you know, attendance is an important factor for student achievement. We are concerned about our rates. As you know, we also set that goal of, we had 30% chronic absenteeism in 22-23 with a 3-year target of 15% that was established as a joint one of our aligned metrics. This goal will cut chronic absenteeism in half, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that this morning. But we are delighted to come alongside Attendance Works, which is a national organization that addresses chronic absences, and we are amazed at the ability of this group to come alongside us and help us in something that's this critical. So I will pause there.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Before we move on, any follow-ups from you, Chair Leggett?
Yes, just one follow-up. There was some question raised by, I think, Mr. Johnson's testimony. I'd like to follow up to get that. Secondly, we need to follow through on some of the questions raised as related to the ancillary impacts of the collaborative time and teacher shortage. First of all, I think I indicated earlier that there are some things that we are looking at to divert some of the anticipated funds for collaborative time to cover some of the other areas that people talked about in their testimony. But I want to make sure that the public fully understands that there may be some areas for which we have started in a few jurisdictions or working on collaborative time. And my view is hopefully once we have a chance to look at that, we will hold those harmless and try to protect those. But there is no plan that I am aware of, or plans that would reverse the trajectory that we're on immediately. There is no magical bullet, whether or not you use the number 6,000, 8,000, 15,000, incrementally throughout all of that, that will ultimately change the trajectory that we're in related to the number of teachers that we need. Clearly, we're going to look at this on an incremental basis, but the idea of suggesting that we can magically change that is not realistic. If that was the case, certainly I would not be here talking about how we adjust on collaborative time. That is based on the evidence that we have before us, looking at the teacher shortages throughout colleges and universities, what's in the pipeline, how we grow our own, how we adjust in some other fashion. Any and all of those things are currently on the table. If we are successful in all of them across the board, it is not likely to change the trajectory that we're talking about.
All right, very good. At this time, then, we will, thank you for your comments. At this time, we will go ahead and move on to our next agenda item. Calling on Dr. Wright and Ms. Heiss to present the proposed joint policy on Blueprint pre-K implementation.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that. We want to start, if you would, I guess I need the clicker. Hang on a second. Wanted to show you some trend data starting back in 23, school year 23, and you can see the numbers have continued to climb, not only on private pre-K, but also in public and private pre-K counts by age. So this is great news for us. We've been able to get a lot of extra little ones into classrooms, and what we're focusing on obviously is high quality classrooms as well. And so we are excited about where we are headed and want to make sure that we are focusing primarily on those, well, not primarily, but substantially on those children that we know that live in poverty and our multilingual learners and our little ones with disabilities. And you're going to hear a little bit about that later on as well. So what we thought we would do is provide you with just a little bit about background, and then also then talk to you a little bit about, Rachel's going to talk about overall discussions that we have been having around pre-K, and then we're bringing forward to you policy recommendations that we would like you to approve. So as you know, the Blueprint really is put together a very comprehensive framework, particularly in Pillar 1. I always talk about early childhood. There's a reason it's number 1, because that's the foundation. We need to get as many little ones in high quality early childhood programs as we possibly can. We have been focusing on expanding access to high quality pre-kindergarten programs for 3- and 4-year-olds and prioritizing equitable access for low-income families and leveraging a mixed delivery system that includes both public schools and private providers. Since the establishment of the Blueprint, there have been several policy changes made to refine the sliding scale implementation and mixed delivery system, and this included pushing back the implementation timeline and accelerating the increase of the per pupil rate to reach full cost by 27 instead of 30. And although the State Board approved the original sliding scale in February of 24, its implementation was postponed by the General Assembly's actions in the spring of the 2024 Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, which limited pre-K in the 24-25 school year to Tier 1 students only and deferred the rollout to 25-26. So as we prepare for the upcoming year and the legislative session, we are reassessing the phased rollout strategy and to align resources that effectively implement the sliding scale and mixed delivery. So I'm going to turn this over to Rachel to give you a little bit more about what we've been talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. So as we all know, there are a number of challenges to implementing full-day pre-K as the blueprint envisioned. We're still dealing with the impacts of the pandemic particularly on the private provider community, the capacity of the districts, particularly space-wise, to serve all of the 4-year-olds and low-income 3-year-olds in full-day pre-K is not there, which is exactly why the blueprint called for a mixed delivery system. But implementing mixed delivery at scale statewide has not been done in this country. And so we are continuing to address the challenges that continue to really try to build out a high quality mixed delivery system. And part of the blueprint's design included a sliding scale. And the sliding scale kicks in starting next year, and the state board has adopted the sliding scale. But the intent of the sliding scale was really to make sure that the dollars were there to support high quality implementation and to recognize sort of a balance between the investment in full day pre-K and being able to implement all of the blueprint. But implementing the family share was put off, as Dr. Wright noted, until this upcoming year. And we're now in a place where both the public providers and the private providers who are serving the first phase of the sliding scale applies. So Tier 1 students are students who are in households that have an income of up to 300% of the federal poverty level. Tier 2 begins at 300% and goes to 600% of federal poverty. And the first phase of the sliding scale is for the families that fall between 300 and 360% of the federal poverty level. So part of what we have been discussing is what implementation of the sliding scale looks like. And the statute does give the LEAs the ability to choose whether to charge the family share or not. So part of the proposed policy really just states that LEAs do have that option of whether they charge Tier 2 families, in this case in the upcoming year, that family share. In addition, we recognize that, and some of the public comment this morning around some of the challenges with the pre-K expansion grant, with the alignment of the various quality indicators and programs. I know we've been discussing that, and I know MSDE is focused on taking a hard look at that and trying to streamline and align those to make it more accessible for user friendly for providers. So so we're all hearing all of this feedback, and then in addition, we also want to make sure that we're bringing our Head Start. And we heard from a Head Start provider today, providers who are considered private providers in this definition, really supporting them in participating in the program, and we had a great example of one today, so that we're really maximizing, to the extent possible, the participation of private providers in the mixed delivery system. We cannot implement this requirement of the blueprint without private providers. I just want to be very clear about that. And the policy is really intended to try to sort of focus our public providers and our private providers on maximizing and accelerating the number of, while we're making strides, the more 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds we can get into full day pre-kindergarten, particularly at the high quality that the blueprint calls for, they're now going to come into kindergarten, ready, and we can build on that and achieve all of the milestones that the blueprint calls for, reading by 3rd grade, college and career ready by 10th grade. And so with that, I will turn it back over to you to really discuss the policy.
Thank you. So we are asking the state board to adopt the joint implementation policy number 3 on the implementation of the pre-K mixed delivery system. And so the AIB and the state board established the following implementation direction to maximize the number of students served in Maryland's mixed delivery pre-kindergarten system. Number 1, public providers focus on ensuring all eligible Tier 1 4-year-olds are served. Number 2, private providers, including Head Start providers, focus on serving Tier 1 3-year-olds and Tier 2 and Tier 3 4-year-olds. And public providers may choose to serve Tier 2 and Tier 3 4-year-olds. Those districts that serve Tier 2 and Tier 3 4-year-olds may choose to collect the family share, but are not required to do so. And that is what we are asking your approval on today.
I think the AIB will take an initial step in its approval, because we have to do this separately, as separate boards. But I want, before we do that, an explanation in terms of private providers and what they can and cannot do, because I think there was some confusion, Ms. Heiss, about their inability or believing that they cannot address certain categories of the tiers, various tiers here.
Mr. Chair, I think you're referring to some questions around whether the intent of the policy was to that private providers not serve Tier 1 4-year-olds.
Right.
And thank you for the question. That is not the intent of the policy. We do have private providers serving Tier 1 4-year-olds, and we, as the data shows, and we really we want to continue to encourage private providers to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds. But in addition, to really focus their expansion on the Tier 1 3-year-olds, as well as the Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds. So part of this policy is really to think about, the natural, what makes sense in terms of expansion. And for the LEAs, serving low-income Tier 1 4-year-olds in full-day pre-K. They were doing that before in half-day programs under the Thornton law, and so keeping them focused on serving that population, while then extending beyond that if they have the capacity, while making sure that our private providers are all focused on the Tier 1 3-year-olds, who are also a very high priority. As well as the Tier 1, all of the 4-year-olds.
Are there any questions or comments before we entertain a motion here?
Just, if I could, Mr. Chairman, you stated it pretty clearly, but just to reinforce it, if a private provider wanted to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds, they are certainly able to do that without any restriction. Is that not correct?
Correct. Yes, correct.
So it seems like if that is the direction that we're moving in, then we should work to spell that out explicitly. So, I think adding some language so that it is clear that private providers are still welcome to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds, I think would be important to add to the verbiage, just so that we're clear, not just in our conversation, but in the language as it is written.
Well, there are one or two ways we could do that. We could do that by having this as part of the legislative history, or you can amend the motion potentially before you and add that language therein.
Yeah, I mean, my recommendation would be to go through an amendment.
Okay. Well, it's on the floor because we're ready to go for a motion.
Yeah, I would, for the second portion number 2, I would amend it to say private providers, including Head Start providers, focus on serving Tier 1 3-year-olds and Tier 2 and Tier 3 4-year-olds while continuing to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds.
Okay? All right. That has been suggested. We don't have a motion on the floor as such. We understand what the intent would be once the motion is there.
Sure.
So you need to make the motion and then amend the motion accordingly.
Okay. So I move that we amend the language that is presented to include at the end of portion 2, while continuing to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds.
All right, you making a motion? There's a second from the AIB to the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and properly second. All right, now, this is for the AIB now. Are there any discussion or comment related to the motion as read by Mr. Minko with the added language? Yes.
Just to maybe mirror the language in number 3, instead of implying that they are continuing to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds, because they may not be.
Talk a little bit louder.
I just the way Mr. Manco presented the motion was sort of implying that they were already serving Tier 1, which they may not be. So I would like language that sort of mirrors number 3, that says public providers may choose to serve Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds. So maybe 3 should encompass the may language, because it's conditioning statements 1 and 2.
Mr. Minko?
Yeah, I mean, I'm amenable to that modification. I think we would need to wordsmith the language a little bit. So do you have a proposal?
The only proposal I can think of this time, but I don't want to wordsmith on the spot, but
sure.
It could be that 3 starts with private providers may choose to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds, period. Public providers may choose to serve Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds, those public providers that serve, etc.
All right, if there's no objection, we'll include that verbiage as part of the amended language, amended motion on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion itself?
Can I just clarify? Yeah. So are you proposing to change the language in number 2 to say private providers, including Head Start providers, may choose to?
No, I was keeping 1 and 2 as is.
Without Mr. Manco's amendment?
Right,
Okay.
but then embedding that
in
thought into the 3rd item, which is private providers may choose to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds, period. Public providers may choose.
I see. So add it as the first sentence to number 3. Okay.
Number 2.
Got it.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
No, I just want to make just clarity. So number 2 then, if Mr. Manco,
would remain the same.
Right, so you would rescind your amendment, so to speak. And then 3, I just want to make sure it's reading to meet both of your needs. Sure. First sentence under number 3, private providers may choose to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds. Public providers may choose to serve Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds. Those districts, and still says the same at the end.
Sure.
Okay, so will we have to amend the amendment then?
No. Yeah, we have accepted this as the amendment without objection.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
May I make one final suggestion on 3, that we substitute the word in the statement, those districts that serve, to those providers that serve, so that statement applies to all providers in the system.
Thank you.
Sure. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so the motion, as I understand it, 1 and 2 remains the same, and we add the language now to number 3, and therefore this is now before the AIB for a approval. Everybody ready for the question? Any comments on the motion on the floor?
Just a question that's come up. Is this policy only related to blueprint formula funds? Is a question from staff.
I assume, Ms. Heiss, that's all we can address to, I assume, as it relates to blueprint formula funds.
Formula funds. That's the question from staff.
I mean, I think it also would apply to the pre-K expansion grant to the extent that that's part of the blueprint and part of the funding that is supporting really private providers right now in participating in the mixed delivery system.
I didn't hear what, your mic was off.
Oh. Sorry about that. Blueprint formula funds, including pre-K expansion grant funds, which are part of the blueprint and which are really the main source of startup funding to support the private providers in participating in the mixed delivery system.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any further questions or comments, clarifications? All right. I don't see our lawyers waving their hands at us, so I guess we're.
I did want to clarify, this is the motion to approve,
Right.
Correct? Okay.
Correct.
I didn't hear
Right.
the word approve, I heard the word
Yeah.
amend, so I just.
No,
wanted to-
we hadn't voted yet. All right, we're now ready for the motion. This is AIB now. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye, and raise your hand as well.
Aye.
Raise your-
Aye.
Okay. I think that's everyone. Disapproval? Negative? None? The ayes have it. All 7 members voted in favor. Now I'll turn it back over to you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair Leggett. All right, members of the State Board, we will take the matter up now. We've received a recommendation from Dr. Wright. At this time, I'll open it up for a motion or if there are further questions or clarification. Yes, Mr. Greer first.
Just a quick question. I think the intention of not just mixed delivery, but pre-kindergarten overall is to ensure that there is, or at least to encourage, income diversity in classrooms. How does this proposal, or have we thought about how this proposal might impact income diversity in each classroom in which the students are sitting?
Well, you've got a diverse group coming into pre-K anyway. I mean, I think what we're trying to say here is that we're really trying to focus on those, ensuring first that all the Tier 1 4-year-olds are served. And that was really, that's been part, I think the superintendents are very clear on wanting to make sure that that happens. Many of them are already, to be honest with you, providing universal pre-K. But I think what we're also saying is that we also want to make sure that there are, to your point, that there are Tier 2 and Tier 3 children
Exactly.
in those classrooms.
Right.
No, that, I think that goes without saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so long as this doesn't discourage that and have an outsized impact in terms of like a reverse incentive, I would say.
No, I think you've got two different statements here
Yeah.
that reflect the need to examine Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Great. I just want to reaffirm that we
There you
want
go.
income diversity.
That's
in-
exactly right. That's exactly right.
Great.
Thank you for asking.
Very good. And, Mr. Greer, I think it is important for us to know as well, in states where that is the primary driver, that they have moved forward with a universal design for 4-year-olds. This state chose prioritizing that we first fund 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds, and so it still remains a very important design feature. But I just want to lift this design choice that was made, during the development of the blueprint, and we need to operate within that. So, Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
Thank you. I'm very much in favor of us looking at pre-K. and looking at the stratification, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. But my question is, it just came up, have you figured out, I'm still confused as the funding stream for this.
So, so there are two main funding streams to support full-day pre-K. One is the pre-K expansion grant, which MSDE administers, which provides funds for tier 1 students to participate in the full-day pre-K program. Then the way that it works now is that there are also blueprint formula funds. So there is a formula, a new formula in the blueprint that provides a certain amount per pupil for every student enrolled in publicly funded pre-K. When the providers receive the pre-K expansion grant, they're not receiving the formula funds yet. So in the first year of participating with tier 1 students, they receive the pre-K grant, and then they roll over into the formula funding in the next year, so that then the pre-K grant money is freed up to bring in new slots. So the pre-K grant is focused on tier 1, both public and private providers. The monies have been used to convert those half-day programs that the LEAs have had into the full-day slots, and then in addition, and as we're moving those private providers onto the formula funding, it's freeing up more pre-K expansion grant funding to support the new slots. Does that help?
Very good. Dr. Johnson, did you have a question? Okay. Then we'll move on to Dr. Lewis.
I move to approve the pre-K policy statements as amended.
Excellent. We have a motion. Is there a second to the motion? Ms. McCusker, is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the policy statements as amended by our partners at the AIB. Without further discussion on the motion, we will move to a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Ms. Chang, I'm noting your hand is raised as well. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. That motion has passed unanimously, and we will move on to our next item on the agenda. Great. Okay, we are going to go ahead and take a brief break at this time. We'll schedule an 8-minute break, so we will come back at 10:47. Do I have that right? 10:47. So we will take a break at this time. Okay, we are back and ready for the next portion of our agenda. Next up, we have a report on chronic absenteeism. We'll turn it over to Dr. Wright and Ms. Heiss to introduce our presenters.
Yes, I'm happy to bring Mary Gable, who's the Assistant Superintendent for Student Support, and Mr. Jeff Sanderson, who is the Deputy who oversees the Office of Assessment, Accountability, and Student Support. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary. Are you starting or is Jeff starting?
Jeff.
Jeff's going to start first. Okay, thank you.
Playing musical chairs. Good morning, collectively, all board members. As Dr. Wright mentioned this morning earlier in her updates to you all, we are one of the variables we've been considering continuing to monitor is chronic absences amongst our students. And so this morning, Ms. Gable and I wanted to give you a brief update on the most current information that we have around chronic absenteeism as a continuation of our work around the aligned metrics, and share with you some data, and then also what has been and will be the agency's response going forward as we continue to try to find solutions as it relates to attendance. And so with that, again, Dr. Wright had mentioned earlier that we had set a baseline when we started this conversation with you all of seeing in the 2022-2023 school year a statewide rate of 30% of chronic absenteeism. And from that, through months of discussion and also from feedback from you all, we adopted a rate or a target of 15% reduction or to cut the rate of chronic absenteeism in half over the next 3 years. And so what we wanted to be able to provide you all today is the first update on where we are and what the trends are. By way of quick reminder, chronic absenteeism, when we present to you all, is a lag indicator. And so even though we are currently in the 24-25 school year, the most current data that we now have validated is from the 2023-2024 school year.
Excuse me, could you just, for precision, define chronic absenteeism?
I'm sorry, do what now?
Define chronic absenteeism.
Sure. So chronic absenteeism is twofold. It is a student that is missing school 10% or more of the school year. The other piece of that is the student has to be in membership at least 10 days. So if I'm a student at the very minimum, if I'm a student that's enrolled in a school for 10 school days and I miss one school day of those 10 school days, I would be considered chronically absent because that would be 10% of my membership. In general, we have 180 school days, give or take, and so that would be more defined of 18 school days or more, the student would be absent.
Can I say one more thing about that that's important, Dr. Kerwin? When we talk about absenteeism, it is excused and unexcused absences are counted in the calculation. Both. So, and that's where a lot of people get confused. They think, well, if I'm excused, then that doesn't count into my chronic absenteeism, but it does. So chronic absenteeism takes into account both excused and unexcused absences.
Yep, that's a great point, because really the focus is looking at missed instructional time for our students. So this will be the most recent updated information, and actually this will be the first time that we've been able to provide information around the 2023-2024 school year. We had mentioned previously, if you look to the second to last bullet, I know it's a little bit jumbled, but the black dotted line represents the statewide rates. And so in the most recent, prior to the data I'm going to share with you today, you'll see that 29.8%. That was what we used as our baseline to establish rounded to 30% as a statewide chronic absenteeism rate. What I could share with you today is we have observed about a 3 percentage point decline, which is positive. That is what we are trying to see as the rate has declined now, most recently from 30% overall statewide rate to 27% now. Another feature here you'll see, and this tracks pretty uniformly, that the attendance rates for elementary students generally are better than the attendance rates for middle school students, and subsequently the attendance rates for middle school students generally are better than the attendance rates for our high school students. So as the students matriculate in our school levels, that is when we see elevated absenteeism rates occur. By student groups, this information represents the demographic breakout, both by racial categories as well as by service groups, students that are receiving additional supports within our schools. You'll notice that overall the student groups that have the highest rates of chronic absenteeism are represented in our Black, African American, and our Hispanic students. We also see higher or elevated rates within our students that are receiving special services, not only for students that come to us from poverty, but also those students that are multilingual learners, as well as students that are receiving special education services. And then my last slide before I turn it over to Ms. Gable to talk about the agency's response and the work that she's been leading relative to finding solutions around this persistent problem, is this represents a heat map. Many of you are familiar with how we illustrate within the state. It represents all 24 LEAs by concentrated rates of chronic absenteeism. The lightest shade represents the LEAs with the least amount of chronic absenteeism or the highest attendance rates. And then the deepest or darkest blue shades represent those LEAs that have the greatest chronic absenteeism rates. One other thing I should have pointed out to begin, as part of our work with Attendance Works, we are interchangeably using vocabulary. So you will hear me most often reference chronic absenteeism. That is a measure that we've historically used. With Attendance Works, part of that guidance is also starting the conversation around chronic absences. So they're one and the same, but I just wanted to point that out before we transition.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So chronic absences are a barrier to student success. We know this. Students are not in school. They are not learning. Chair Leggett, I want to reference a few meetings ago that you made it very clear how important attendance was and having students in school. So you, along with our state superintendent, have made this a priority for all of us, and we appreciate that. We do include here a definition, as you asked for, and we do know that if patterns of poor attendance start out with our very youngest, it can predict a later pattern of poor attendance. So what are we doing about it? Dr. Wright said we must take a strategic approach and we must put our heads together along with joining others and other stakeholders to provide the tools, the guidance, and the resources to support our students and families. So what's the solution? MSDE, under Dr. Wright's direction, has established a task force to address improving attendance and reducing chronic absences. This affects our students in multiple ways, not only in their education, but in their mental health, in the community services that are provided. So what are we doing? We are bringing a group of experts together to address this. We are looking at creating comprehensive guidance in the area to assist our LEAs in our schools and offer resources from early interventions to intensive supports, and we all know about Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 to address the needs of our students and our families. These are the representatives. We don't have the names here, but I just want to pause for a second and identify who is part of our attendance task force. We are, Mr. Sanderson mentioned, Attendance Works, who is a partner, a longstanding partner of Dr. Wright, along with MSDE, and we're very grateful for their work with us. We have representatives from BTU, Baltimore Teachers Union. We have behavioral health folks, community school coordinators, directors of student services, which also includes school counselors, school psychologists, pupil personnel workers, a representative from Free State Parents, who we have a parent. We have higher education. We have an LEA assistant superintendent, along with two state superintendent, local superintendents, one of whom we asked PZAM to give us a representative, and we had a second superintendent say, I also want to be part of this. So we're excited about that. Lots of MSDE staff, of course, MSEA, Parents Place, who also works with special education. We have principals from Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals as along with secondary school principals. And I've also mentioned school counselors and PPWs along with social workers. So what are we doing? We are looking at the research. What are the trends? The data has been incredible. We're getting data from our own research office that Mr. Sanderson has shared with us, along with data from Attendance Works. In fact, our next meeting of our task force is actually tomorrow, and Attendance Works, it's going to be sharing their latest data and latest research that they've been doing in this area. We are addressing school climate. Bullying prevention is a major part of what we do in my division and work with the LEAs on preventing bullying, addressing and training school staff to what can we do to address it and prevent it. I've already mentioned Attendance Works. I will talk about in the next slide the kinds of documents that we are creating. Just looking back, in August we had a virtual conference with student services folks that was exclusively directed to chronic absences and school attendance. We're also using our mental health response team, and as I mentioned, we're looking at strategies specifically for community schools. So in partnership with Attendance Works, we will be putting out a state attendance guidance. We have a draft version, not finished yet. An attendance toolkit in 2 phases. What can we do at the elementary, middle, and high school, and really dig in with a dashboard and a state attendance toolkit. We're looking at a communication plan. How can we, once we get this information, how can we get the importance of attendance and reducing chronic absences out to our parents and our students and our LEAs and our schools and our PTAs? We're looking at creating a community of practice with educators across the state. And of course, we're looking at collaboration with other states. We're particularly looking at Connecticut and the work that they're doing in improving their data collection. And we'll look at any other state that has best practices that we're going to be using. So we have data. It's important. And we're in the process of doing the best we can to address it and engaging our partners across the state. We're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Question, Josh?
Yes, we'll start with Mr. Kerwin, Dr. Kerwin, and then we'll go to Mr. Crawford.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the report and all the work that is going into this very difficult issue. Do we have any national data on chronic absenteeism? How do we compare across the country? Do you have any?
So I'm going to have to bring that back to you all so I don't misspeak. We have looked at, as part of the work that Ms. Gable's done in particular with the task force, each time they came together, part of their work groups, they were reviewing some of the literature, and part of my team had put together was a literature scan to see what the rates are, but let me give you the exact rates. I can tell you just anecdotally what we observed, which was a national trend, was post-COVID and after the pandemic, where we saw a sharp increase in students missing school. And so that's really, if you look at even in our own data up through 2019 in the state of Maryland, where we last left off was at approximately 19% was our chronic absenteeism rate. And then when we came back from COVID, really the 2019, 20, and 2021 school years were unusual because of virtual learning. When we were back in full in-person learning, that's where we really saw the uptick in that. It was actually 31% the year before, and then baselined at 30%. And so we have seen a sharp increase since the pandemic.
Dr. Wright?
Could I?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
just to follow up, back a time long, long ago in a faraway place when I was in school, if you missed school, your parents got called on the telephone right away. And even to the point where if there was a continuing absence, somebody came to the house. And, so does anybody have that responsibility in Maryland? How does that work?
I can address that. You're absolutely right, and that's still occurring. One, there, in many cases, in many school systems, there's an automatic call. So a student is absent, there's an automatic call that goes to a parent. And so there's lots of technology in reaching out to parents that, to the credit of our local school systems, that they're doing that. We have, and I mentioned, pupil personnel workers. These are the folks in the schools that reach out to the community. And they do reach out to the community, literally may go to houses. Sometimes a student stops coming to school and we don't know where they are, and we do all our due diligence and reaching out and trying to contact the parent, and and those of you who've been in schools, you know of what I speak. So the PPW may be the one. There may be other roles, but in particular, so yes, it's still occurring.
They were called truant officers in my day.
I don't think, not so much now, but they do go out tracking them down.
Dr. Wright, did you have anything to add?
Just wanted to say, you bring up a really good question. That's one of the reasons that we partnered with Attendance Works, because they are a nationally recognized and respected organization. So the beauty of working with Hetty Chang and her organization is that they can start pinpointing, saying, call the state, those, particularly the ones that have been able to do reduce this successfully. So just as an addition.
All right, next up we have Mr. Crawford.
Thank you very much. Very good presentation. Question. Obviously, if children aren't in school, they're not going to perform. Got that. Let me ask a question. Is there any research or evidence that would suggest that student achievement could be a predictor of absenteeism? So children that are struggling academically, are they more likely or less likely to eventually fall into this absenteeism issue?
I think there are, Mr. Crawford, I think there are multiple reasons. I think that if a student who's struggling, a student whose family situation is challenging, there's no one to take care of little ones, so an older child may stay home. I think, what comes first? Is it absenteeism affects the academic achievement? Is the academic achievement? I think there's no simple answer. I think that's the challenge of the multiple contributors to a student.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Dr. Johnson and then Board Member Medina.
Ms. Gable, I see on your task force membership, I don't see the Department of Social Services. For the reasons that you have just shared with the team, why are they not a part of this team effort?
I will check to see if we have a social worker. We may have, because I said Division of Student Services. That's a good question.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you mean this?
I mean the Department
of Social Services.
I understand. Not just a social worker. In my experiences, many times when kids were not in school, they were being removed from their homes.
Yeah.
They were placed someplace else. We didn't know where they were. But if you have that connection with the Department of Social Services, then you can find out where the children are. I'm just suggesting that they also
That's a
be
great idea.
a
Thank
member
you.
of your task force.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Ms. Medina.
Thank you again for all your work on this presentation. I just wanted to, I was wondering if there's conversation within the task force and the work that you're doing about kind of targeted intervention based on the level, right? Because
Yes.
the reasons why an elementary school
Yes.
student is not in school are very different from a high school student. Sometimes when we see numbers, it's just kind of like trends and you can't tell,
Yes.
how we're moving forward depending on the age of the student.
That's an excellent point, and the superintendent is directly aligned with that because she charged us with having guidance. So we'll have guidance, and also she asked that it would be at the elementary, middle, and high. So my boss over here said that's what she wanted, so that's what she'll get. Yeah.
Excellent. Other questions? We got Mr. Paul, and then we have Dr. Lynch.
As always, thank you. So going back to what Mr. Crawford had said, understanding there are many different reasons why young people are chronically absent,
Do we have any sense of what the dominant reasons are, or what the ratios are? Like, well, bullying is accounts for roughly 15% of our causality here, and child care needs of younger siblings accounts for such. I'm not saying we necessarily have that for Maryland. That would require obviously like proper academic study, and maybe we haven't done that, but do we have any sense of what the literature looks like nationally or peer states or anything out there to give us an indication of what the lowest hanging fruits or the biggest bites of the problem that we could take would be given a world of limited resources?
I think that is a challenge, and that's why we are looking at the research and what are the best practices. We have looked at individual principals because our research office has done looked at the data of across all of our schools and saying where are the schools that have made a difference. And one of our principals presented a year ago before during the session on what are we doing and what is this, as an example, a principal, what was she doing to really impact. I think that we have attendance codes, to what degree, so we can take a look at those. And then secondly, we look from the other way, and we, in our, for example, bullying report, when we look at that, we look at if the student was, if there was a bullying report and an accusation of bullying, was there attendance? What did that student stay home? And if a student was the one who was accused of having some unfortunate behaviors, were there any absences related to that? So I think what we're trying to do, it's a challenge. It's, there's no simple answer, there's no silver bullet, but I think your point is well taken, that we are looking at what are some people finding and what are the reasons, and then what are the reasons in Maryland.
That's great to hear. Yeah, as the project continues, my urging is to really try to grapple with the actual dimensions of the problem in terms of like what are the pieces of this, so that our response is proportional in effectiveness. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Very good. Dr. Lynch.
Thank you, and thank you for this. I really do appreciate it. And I think just like the blueprint was created and then the world changed very rapidly, I think the work that happened here has happened, and then the world has changed very rapidly. And so I think the reasons that we're going to see chronic absenteeism may shift. And so I just encourage you to continue to engage with your local immigration offices and your multilingual communities, because I do think what I really loved about looking at some of the reasons and some of the supports that were happening with attendance work is really building that safe and supportive community. And I think that really understanding how to do that in complex and changing times will be very important.
Correct. Thank you.
Dr. Manko.
So I'm wondering, as we have this conversation, if there is a role for future deployments of the expert review teams. I think there may be an opportunity, because that is it's a snapshot into a particular set of schools, and in the same way that we did a very targeted deployment around trying to better understand the literacy landscape around the state, this could be an opportunity to partner with perhaps Attendance Works or another viable partner to go through and identify schools across the state that have really high attendance rates that are maybe working with challenging populations, and do a real deep dive in those schools to understand better what processes are they applying. Are there things that we haven't seen that the task force is maybe aware of but hasn't actually seen in action? It just does seem like there's an opportunity there to use that deployment of the expert review teams as an opportunity to understand this problem a little bit better and hopefully understand and uncover some solutions.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
With that, we will move to the next item on our agenda, the National Board Certification Update. I believe returning it to Ms. Heiss and Dr. Wright for this one.
Do you want me to
Okay.
introduce? Okay. Coming to the table will be Mr. Sanderson again and Ms. Kelly Meadows, who oversees everything that we do with teachers. Thank goodness she's here.
Welcome.
I got thrown a loop with the break. So, good morning once again. As a continuation of trying to bring to you all data as quickly as possible, I wanted to be able to share with you this morning as well some new information that we have based on our recent fall staff collection. And primarily, Ms. Meadows was going to go through and review with you all what we're seeing in the trends as far as our teachers this year, specifically around conversation of national board certification, provide you some updates, not only about who is achieving that gold standard, but also where are they located and what schools are they supporting.
Good morning. All right, so let's jump right in, and we will start with an updated overview of our National Board Certified Teachers in the state. We had a significant increase in the number of NBCTs working in Maryland schools from October 2023 to October 2024, an increase of 40%. And as Dr. Michael had stated earlier, we are actually the #1 in the nation for new NBCTs for the second year in a row. Currently, we have 2,279 NBCTs actively teaching in Maryland schools. There are other individuals who hold national board certification working in our schools. This number reflects those individuals who are teaching in some capacity. It could be full-time, part-time, their primary assignment, or a secondary assignment. NBCTs currently comprise 3% of our total teacher workforce. And in December 2024, we saw 1,098 new teachers earn NBC for the first time in Maryland. And that was through our fee incentive program. So as a reminder, we do pay for the candidacy for nationally board certified, for the national board certified process.
Excuse me, real quick. It looks like, based on that data, if I understand it correctly, that the number actually doubled, almost doubled in 1 year.
40%, yes, 40%.
Oh, well, you said 40%. I missed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Huge increase. Looking at demographics, we are still seeing that the composition of NBC teachers is predominantly white. Right now, we see 19% of our NBCTs as being teachers of color. So we still have some work to do here. Approximately 2 out of 100 teachers working in low-performing schools hold an NBC. And very similar, 3% of our teachers working in community schools hold an NBC. And you can see the totals there. And then finally, approximately 2% of our principal workforce hold an NBC. I will share a caveat to this. This was the first year that we collected this data from our local education agencies outside of teachers. We asked for all NBCTs that they were employing. And what we have noticed anecdotally is I suspect that some of our LEAs don't know what they don't know. And so unless an individual is receiving the salary stipend and has a reason to be reported to the LEA, they may simply not know that they have an employee that has an NBCT. So we're hopeful that in years to come, this data gets more and more accurate as there's more emphasis on holding that credential regardless of what position you're working in. And at this point, we'll take questions.
Excellent. Dr. Kerwin?
Yes. The number of National Board Certified teachers of color isn't where we want it to be, obviously. I do think that, I think I read somewhere we had the largest number of teachers of color becoming National Board certified in the country, or the second largest or something. Yes, it was second largest in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any efforts to recruit teachers of color into the program to get funded? Are there any targeted special efforts? And if so, maybe you could talk about that a bit.
Sure. So for each of the LEA's blueprint implementation plans, they were asked specifically to address what they are doing to recruit teachers of color into the candidacy. So there are 24 different programs in the state, but all of them were required to specifically address how they are doing that work.
We have Dr. Lynch and then Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, did you say that basically 2 to 3% of MBC teachers are in either community schools or high need schools? Was that the correct?
Low performing
and
community schools.
So I'm really excited to see that we are expanding the nationally board certified teachers so quickly, and that's really exciting. I would love to see more. The intent of the blueprint was to have more of these teachers actually in these low performing and community schools. So that rate continues to be pretty low, despite the fact that we are offering these financial benefits to it. So I don't know what I'm suggesting, other than I think that I would love to continue to track that, to really measure whether or not the fiscal benefit is actually an incentive, or if there would be another incentive to consider, and understanding that these movements for districts take time. It's not always easy to do that movement, but sort of looking at what that gradual plan is to support these high quality teachers in the highest need schools.
Just following up, Dr. Stapleton and I, our ears both went up on this, and so I think we want to parse out two sets of data we've looked at today, and so we understand the difference. So it's 2% of teachers in low-performing schools are nationally board certified. 3% in community schools are nationally board certified. 12% of our nationally board certified teachers are teaching in low-performing schools. So there is just some difference. The point remains, Dr. Lynch, but I want to just make sure we're talking apples and apples. We've got Dr. Johnson and then Mr. Robinson. Yes.
So I just wanted to follow up with Dr. Karen and Dr. Lynch's comments. Because we have such a large number of teachers teaching in low-performing schools who are conditional teachers, doesn't that lessen the pot of individuals that can qualify to go on to be nationally board certified? And what are we going to do to assist those teachers with becoming certified teachers so that they can move into that pathway?
Mm-hmm. So a couple things. So yes, we do know that the rate of assigning conditionally licensed teachers in low-performing schools is high. So there's the what are we doing to prepare them, and then there are the what are we doing to change the assignment the way that it looks in the LEA, and as Dr. Lynch just shared, sometimes that takes time. One of the things that we're doing through the career ladder submission this coming July is we will be asking our LEAs to talk about what is their plan to disperse their nationally board certified teachers into their low performing schools and their community schools. So it is something that we plan on asking our LEAs to explicitly respond to. With regard to preparing conditionally licensed teachers, as the State Board of Education knows, in April we did adopt new licensure regulations with flexible pathways. Just last month we expanded one of the assessment options excuse me, for reading instruction, always looking at what are unintended barriers that we can remove, and looking at flexible pathways to licensure. So we will continue at the department to work with our educator preparation programs and our LEAs to support them in developing those licensure pathways that are flexible for our conditional teachers.
Great, thank you. And now our resident nationally board certified teacher in mathematics, Mr. Robinson.
used to just click and unmute on Zoom. So thank you for your presentation. Definitely resonates with me as a National Board Certified teacher. I was wondering if there's conversation at the state level around the reasons, like for these last two questions specifically, why MBCTs are not choosing to go to certain schools, or are we leaving that to the LEAs? Like, is there any surveying that's on the horizon to try to figure out, like, what are the reasons? What are your thoughts around that?
To my knowledge, we have not surveyed. Certainly, that's something we could look into. I think to this point, and I don't want to speak on behalf of what the AIB staff may have done, but to this point, we pretty much have left it in the hands of our LEAs.
I think it might be helpful to kind of get a better sense statewide for the reasons. I mean, of course, it'll probably be different for different areas of the state for sure, but I think this is an area where we need to lead specifically because we're invested in this, and a lot of LEAs might not have the organizational capacity to kind of take that on.
Great.
Or the number of MBCTs.
Thank you. We have Mr. Greer, then Dr. Doss, and then Dr. Menko.
Thank you, team. This is good work. Just wondering if there's an additional layer of nuance in the data. Of the 40% increase that we've seen in the last year, do we know the composition of race of that increase? The teachers of color within that increase?
I don't have it with me.
Okay.
But we can get it.
I think it's an important question in terms of, like, is this incentive actually impacting teachers of color, or are we seeing a lagging trend of some sort?
All right. Thank you. Dr. Doss.
Okay, I guess I'm on. I have a follow-up question from Dr. Curran about targeted interventions for NBC recruiting and making sure that teachers of color are, working to attain NBC and so forth. I'm sure that some LEAs are performing better at that than other LEAs. And so just to just get a little bit deeper in your response, is there any sharing of best practices? And then is there any sharing beyond the state of Maryland and looking at other states? And I know states are all different and what we need to do, but just sharing of that information.
Yes, absolutely. So we actually have a PLC that we partner with the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards for our Maryland LEAs, and specifically who attends is our Maryland National Board Certificate Coordinators. Every LEA has one. So there's that mechanism. Our NBC coordinator, state coordinator, Melissa Chandler, does have access to the National Board for Professional Teacher Standards, works with them all the time, has made connections, and we do speak with other states. It's more, that piece is more at this point of an as needed. As things come up, we reach out. We did have our first statewide National Board conference, which was very well received, and we're looking forward to doing it again next year, where we brought together nationally board certified teachers, the coordinators, the facilitators from the LEAs, and it really was an all-day opportunity to collaborate, learn from one another. The AIB staff was there to support us. Dr. Kerwin was there. And so those are some of the ways in which we're collaborating statewide.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Menko?
Yeah, two questions. One is, are we seeing the salary supplement as an incentive that's drawing teachers to Maryland from other states?
I'm not sure I can answer that question. It's not something right now that we are asking.
Sure.
I don't believe our LEAs are asking that as part of their application process.
Okay. And then the second question is, are we keeping track of if board certified teachers are being retained at a higher rate in comparison to teachers of similar tenure that are not board certified?
Excellent question.
Great. Thank you. Next, Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Thank you. And thank you for this work, and it's very encouraging to see that teachers are looking to do better, be better, and align with a national standard. I do have this comment. So this board and MSDE under Dr. Wright's leadership has spent a great deal of effort and productivity on letting teaching professionals and the public know that reading instruction in this state must be aligned with the current science, both neuroscience and implementation science in the field of reading. In other words, this board has adopted a resolution that says all reading instruction in Maryland must align with the science of reading. And this board approved a pre-K to 3 literacy policy that endorses and reiterates that instruction must be aligned with the science of reading. I reviewed the new standards in the National Board Certification on Teaching Literacy. And while there are pieces of it that infer the science of reading must be used in implementation, nowhere did I see the science of reading called out to say instruction must be aligned with the science of reading. And if we are encouraging our teachers to be the best and do the best that they can based upon the most current research and the most current implementation science, to have that left out of that, to me, I'm going to use a strong word, is a travesty, and doesn't align with the message that we're sending in this state. So I encourage this board to do whatever we can, and the AIB, to look for more revision in the criteria and the standards that teachers are expected to be able to do to achieve national board certification.
Thank you, Dr. Millie McCarthy. All right, are there any additional questions or comments on this item? All right, with that, we thank our presenters, and we are prepared to move to the next item on the agenda, teacher recruitment, development, and retention. We'll turn it over to Dr. Wright and Ms. Heiss.
I am going to turn this over to Rachel Heiss and Chief of Staff Alex Reese for this next presentation.
You can control the clicker. Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. So this is sort of a continuation, I guess, of some of the discussion from the beginning of the meeting, but we wanted to provide some data and sort of an overview of the teacher shortage situation in Maryland, as well as talk about what collaborative time actually is and why it's a challenge to implement it. So you can see here, just to make sure that everyone around the table and also watching understands what this term collaborative time means. So in general, teachers typically teach 80% of their time, meaning like they're in front of the classroom, the whole classroom, providing instruction. And then the other 20% of time is spent typically in individual planning time. The blueprint made a pretty bold recommendation, and it includes that in the law, that we really need to give teachers more time when they are not standing in front of the entire classroom teaching, and have additional time to work in professional learning communities with other teachers and colleagues, to look at student teacher data or student learning data, to identify where challenges are, students are having trouble keeping up or not mastering the content, design interventions for those students, and then actually deliver some of that intervention through one-on-one and small group instruction. And so that is what, in the blueprint's terminology, collaborative time is intended to do. And over an 8-year period, the blueprint calls for implementing this shift from 80% of time in front of the classroom to 60% of time in front of the classroom, with the highest priority being for our, as we've just been talking about, our low-performing schools, our community schools, and also for new teachers to have that time first. And so the funding is phased in. It is part of what's called the foundation formula. And it is phased in over an 8-year period, beginning in this upcoming school year or fiscal year. And the amount of funding that was provided in the blueprint was estimated based on an assumption that in order to have that additional time, you need more teachers in every school building. So the teacher-student ratio over time in the blueprint goes down because we are going to have more teachers in every school building so that we're providing this additional collaborative time.
Executive Director Heiss, could I just make a real quick comment?
Sure.
Where did this concept come from? And the commission that I chaired took a deep dive on 6 high-performing school systems around the world to look at what are the things they do that make them so successful. And one of the things that we identified was this notion of collaborative time. And in fact, these high-performing systems all had more common collaborative time than we actually proposed. We felt it was too big a stretch to go from where we were to where they are. So we hit this sort of middle ground. But without exception, these high-performing systems believe that their success in part is the ability for teachers to collaborate on the curriculum development, professional development, individual attention to students, struggling students. And this is a very important element of their success. And that's why it came out of the commission and ultimately got into the blueprint. I just wanted to clarify it wasn't something we kind of pulled out of the ether. It was founded on the basis of analysis of what makes these other systems so successful.
Thank you. That's exactly right. And just to sort of add to that, part of the recognition of these top performing systems is that the collaborative time led to the higher performance of their students, to the higher student outcomes, as well as better recruitment and retention of teachers. Sort of as a recruitment and retention approach, teachers that have this additional time that feel like the professionalization of teaching is really like at the core of their work. They stay in the classroom. Rather than moving on to other things, which is exactly what the blueprint also wants to incentivize. Thank you. So here on the screen is just what at the AIB's meeting earlier this month, they adopted this motion. I won't read it to you, but essentially it just recognizes that given the shortage of fully licensed teachers in our state right now, that it is not feasible to implement collaborative time as the blueprint envisioned, and that there needs to be an adjustment to the timeline. And also that we need to adopt other strategies and invest in our teacher pipeline so that we have those fully licensed teachers to be able to implement collaborative time as well as to be in all of our classrooms, which, Alex, I'll turn it over to you to talk about the teacher shortage data.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Heiss, and good morning, everyone. So the AIB and MSDE teams have examined some data on where we stand in terms of our teacher workforce here in Maryland. We will quickly share a few slides just to summarize current trends as background, and then we'll get into some ideas that we've discussed as it relates to programs and policies. So here, you can see the number of teacher vacancies in the state had peaked in the 2022-2023 school year at over 2,000 vacancies. And since then, teacher vacancies have slowly declined. We're glad, of course, to see that. We also know that starting this school year with 1,600 vacancies does pose very real challenges for our schools and for our districts. In the same period, the number of teachers with a conditional license has increased dramatically from roughly 2,300 teachers to over roughly 6,500 teachers in the 2023-2024 school year. Conditionally licensed teachers currently make up more than 10% of Maryland's teacher workforce. And it's important to note that we see tremendous potential in our conditionally licensed teachers. Of course, we need fully licensed teachers in our classrooms, but as we face a teacher shortage, we see our conditionally licensed teachers as professionals who are poised to become fully licensed. Conditionally licensed teachers are often from the communities that they serve and have made a commitment to educating our young people. Furthermore, as many know, teachers with a conditional license are more diverse than the overall Maryland teacher workforce. As of the 2023-2024 school year, 65% of conditionally licensed teachers are teachers of color. One of the goals of Pillar 2, of course, of the blueprint is to ensure that we have high quality and diverse teachers and leaders in our schools. So pathways for conditionally licensed teachers to become fully licensed serve to help achieve this important goal. Our teachers who come through traditional and alternative educator preparation programs, of course, play a critical role in shaping our teacher workforce as well. We work in partnership with all educator preparation programs, and they have expressed a real desire to engage with AIB and with the department. On this slide, we see that total enrollment in teacher preparation programs has increased since 2017. It has, however, decreased by approximately 1,900 enrollees since the 2012-2013 school year. Given the teacher shortage we face, we of course want to see more teachers choose to come through our traditional and alternative preparation programs. So I'll pause here, and with this background, we're going to move now into potential programs and policies that could help to address the teacher shortage, and I'll turn it back now over to Ms. Heiss.
So there are a number of different strategies to increase the number of licensed teachers in the state. Alex just talked about a very important one, which is really leveraging our conditionally licensed teachers, and that is sort of the ultimate grow your own type approach, so that we can really convert those teachers who are already in the classroom and showing that they're interested in teaching as a profession, you know, to become fully licensed and become excellent teachers. There's other grow your own strategies, including teacher apprenticeships, which is something that is under development both in Maryland and around the country, and other. I think we probably need to get creative around how do we attract other like career changers, folks who would like to be teachers but don't have the training, and make that as flexible and accessible as possible. And so those pathways are going to be really critical, because we can't, if we can't implement collaborative time now, we need to do the things to make sure that we have enough licensed teachers to be able to implement it as soon as we can, because as we've discussed, it's a critical piece of the blueprint. Of course, making sure that we're recruiting teachers, and Mr. Manko talked about, you know, do we know if we're recruiting teachers outside of the state with our national board incentives and other ways that we might be able to attract more teachers to Maryland, although we are a net importer state, meaning that we bring more teachers in from out of state than we produce in state. That has been the case for me. I can go back 30 odd years, and I'm sure it will continue to be the case. But we do need to obviously grow our in-state teacher preparation programs and attract more high school students who want to become teachers. So all the things. And then there's also, for a number of years, the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact has been proposed for Maryland to join. That's a ongoing discussion, I'll say. And then, of course, collaborative time, we still want to pursue collaborative time. We don't just want to sort of not do it at all while we're growing our teacher pipeline. And so pilot programs to support the LEAs in implementing collaborative time in different ways, in different school settings, and also developing master schedules to support collaborative time, and finding ways perhaps to implement collaborative time in a way where we don't need as many additional teachers. Because if you take the combination of, the roughly 8,000 teachers that we currently do not have in our classrooms, fully licensed teachers, and then we think about just trying to plug that gap and then start to build on top of that, I think we're going to need some innovations that don't require as many additional teachers. Did you want to talk about the other?
Absolutely. So addressing the teacher shortage also involves not only recruiting new teachers, but also retaining and developing our current educators. To further elevate the teaching profession, we need to retain the talented educators that we already have. Research, as we know, shows that teachers who have access to mentors and non-evaluative coaches see themselves growing in their craft and stay in the classroom longer. As we know, research also shows us that high-quality professional learning is a major factor in teachers choosing to stay. And as a state, we can expand free professional learning opportunities for educators and provide ongoing job-embedded professional learning for our teachers and for our principals. Instructional coaching provides that real-time support for teachers. It's a proven practice that leads to increased student growth and achievement in both literacy and mathematics. Instructional coaching creates opportunities for coaches and mentors to work side by side with teachers to address diverse student learning needs, implement effective interventions, and ultimately improve student outcomes. Coaching is most effective, just to note, when it is non-evaluative. Additionally, instructional coaching can be and should be prioritized to offer supports for our special education students, our multilingual learners, and all students in high poverty and low performing schools. So the idea here is just continuous cycles of feedback that benefit both students and teachers and ensure greater alignment of standards, curriculum, and assessments. Teacher coaching can enhance that educator collaboration that we're talking about through PLCs, and it can equip teachers with valuable resources and tools. And then lastly, we want to talk about school leader development. We feel that we can't leave that out of the discussion today. So we know that one of the leading indicators of teacher retention is effective school leadership. We know teacher collaboration is associated with positive student outcomes, and the form of the implementation of teacher collaboration also matters. How teacher collaboration is cultivated depends, as we know, in part on school leadership. So with this in mind, we as a state can retain our teachers and build towards that collaborative time structure by preparing our sitting and our aspiring school administrators with the training and mentorship needed to serve as strong instructional leaders. And similar to our coaching for teachers, we can prioritize sitting and inspiring leaders who work or are interested in working in our community schools, low-performing schools, high-poverty schools. And last on this, one thing that we have discussed as an idea within the department and the AIB is the idea of mentors for school leaders. We know that principals, like other professionals, deserve access to mentorship and support just as our teachers do. We know that leader retention will also lead to teacher retention. So teacher recruitment, development, and retention is a large and important topic, and one that we know both boards are deeply committed to. Ms. Heiss and I were invited today to summarize what the leaders of both boards have been talking about, and really to open the discussion of these topics today. So at this time, we turn it over to Chair Leggett and to Dr. Michael.
What is the amount of time it takes to normally provide a transition from a conditional certified teacher to a certified teacher? What is that timeline? Because I looked at the chart and it stayed fairly consistent as I recall.
Yeah. It's hard to give a specific number. I think the journey from conditionally licensed to fully licensed is a little different for every teacher. And I think that there are situations where conditionally licensed teachers remain conditionally licensed for a long period of time. They renew. And then other teachers who get into the program right away. I think what the discussion that we have within the department is often centered on is what are the barriers for conditionally licensed teachers to get over to be able to get their full licensure. But it's hard to give a hard number. I'll get back to you if we have any data on that, for sure.
Okay. The reason I was asking that question because I wanted to flesh out what I said earlier in terms of how long it takes to reverse this trend that we see, the condition that we see. The pipeline of number of students actually in college enrolled and pursuing educational degrees. The amount of time, even for those who are conditionally certified to, in effect, make that transition. The competition that we are now beginning to see from other jurisdictions who are more interested now in making sure that they retain the teachers that they have. Therefore, it becomes even more difficult for us to attract because some are now offering even greater incentive for those teachers to stay there. So when you consider all of those things together, what's actually in the pipeline in our educational system, that's just in Maryland. The time that it takes to even make the transition from conditional to a certified teacher, and the increase in competition for teachers outside of Maryland. That's the challenge that I was describing when I said that there's no quick fix solution that changes this. There's no magic bullet here. And so pursuing all of those things that we've just described in terms of increasing that number is a challenge. And so we need to be very clear with people about that because people continue to talk as though all we have to do is X, all we have to do is Y, and that in some way, form, or fashion, it would magically disappear in terms of that gap.
All right, we have a question from Dr. Millie McCarthy and then Mr. Robinson.
So I just want to add to the conversation, and maybe Ms. Meadows, you can support me on this, but when a teacher comes in to special education and must be special ed certified, if they come in with a conditional, federal law says they have 3 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
So that means that on top of what you said, that to get fully licensed special ed teachers can be a barrier because they have to do it in 3 years because of federal law.
And I've also, thank you for that, and also failed to mention the retention challenges because I'm not sure we mentioned the number of teachers that we are actually losing every year on top of that as well.
Yep. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. I mentioned this at an AIB meeting, so I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't say it again here in the larger context. But you know, considering that that we are a net importer of teachers, I understand that. I also understand that Maryland is a very diverse state, and I think we would be remiss if we didn't take advantage of that in terms of our ongoing efforts to diversify classroom teachers and leaders across the schools in our state. I think that we're missing out on a chance to really recruit our students into the profession because I don't think that we've, well, asked them why they might not want to go to. That's the big thing with me, just asking people, as my last question was, why they don't want to do something, like just get that information. But I also think that we're not recognizing that teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. And I would challenge people to experience what a classroom is like under excessive testing, excessive evaluation, student behavior concerns. Like, we have all these issues that are going on in our schools, and I do not believe that our students are oblivious to what their teachers' faces look like on a day-to-day basis. And so I'd encourage us to, as we're thinking about Grow Your Own initiatives and all these other things that we want to do, I don't think that we're going to change the number of teachers available in 4 or 5 years or whatever from now if we're not actively changing what our classrooms look like. And I don't think we've had enough conversation around, like, how do we make schools be places that people want to spend 30 years in after having spent 12 or 13 years in.
Powerful. Dr. Kerwin and then Dr. Johnson. Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Actually, it just goes along with what you're saying. I think we have a huge problem with the perception of teaching. What campaign can we put in place to change the perception of teachers? When you see schools and districts being displayed in the media, there's not a positive perception of what it's like the life of a teacher. So how do we engage in a campaign to change that perception?
Thank you. Dr. Kerwin.
Yes, thank you. In addition to the other things that have been said, I'm also interested in this recruitment effort out of state. So has that been developed or is it in the process of being developed? I mean, I do think we have a good story to tell. We have, I think, higher compensation than many states. We've got a state commitment to a huge investment in, even with the delay of the delay of the collaborative time, there's like a 6 or 7% increase in funding for, and this goes on year after year. So we do have such a good story to tell. So how are we going to go about building this recruitment campaign for out-of-state teachers?
So there's been some work done around a digital recruitment campaign, as we know, as part of the blueprint, and that work is ongoing. In terms of a new or refreshed campaign, I think you're absolutely right. I think there's a tremendous selling point when we're at national conferences and we mention the $60,000 minimum teaching salary. We get a lot of positive looks and some jealous looks. And so that's something that I think the value proposition is absolutely there. And all of those things will come together as part of a messaging, like a core messaging process that we'll invite many to participate in. I think the short answer to your question is that it's in development, and that if granted additional funding to support a recruitment campaign, then we would build a more robust and detailed plan.
You know, I saw an advertisement in California. They were trying to recruit national board certified teachers, and incidentally, we had more than California last year, so kudos to us. But their incentive, I think it was California, was $10,000 of spread over 3 years of one-time money. It didn't go into their base if they did. They thought that was an incentive. I mean, here we're talking about $10,000 into the base that goes on. So, you know, these campaigns, we're not in the business of public, you know, building public. Do we need some consulting help on how we go about mounting a really effective campaign? And I just throw that out as something to think about.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Kerwin. We've got Dr. Lynch and then Mr. Greer.
Thank you. You know, this is all of the things I love, and I'm so excited about it. I just want to start by saying that I really appreciate that as part of your discussion points was really around the deep training and support of both teachers and administrators, because we know really strong supportive classrooms is where we start to build those pathways. I had somebody say to me the other day, it's very hard to recruit students of color and multilingual students back into systems that have not treated them well over time. And so to say, please come back and do this for your lifetime does not seem as appealing. So I think really that work does start in as early as kindergarten, and really showing this to be a great and supportive place to work. So I do appreciate that element. I also think that with the idea of pilot programs around collaborative time, there's a real opportunity. Collaborative time doesn't have to be during the school day. Most teacher contracts are 7-hour contracts. And so, you know, one of the things I encourage our LEAs to work with their unions around is, could we do things like extending the teacher day, extending the teacher year? As a former principal, that collaborative time was critical in improving outcomes for students. You cannot improve outcomes without that time. But I think really shrinking the debt, like trying to do too much in too little time, we're always going to be up against similar challenges. So I really do encourage that out of the thinking box, out of the box thinking. And then similarly with teacher recruitment, we have existing TAM programs, we have existing recruit your own programs. We are actually losing young people to other states. You know, people are leaving the state of Maryland, and so I think we want people to come, we absolutely do, but I think there's a real opportunity to think differently about what our recruitment into the profession looks like, not just from high school, but from dual enrollment programs, you know, dual major programs in colleges, from those who are career changers. I think you made an excellent point. Our conditional teachers have chosen this profession. They are here because they want to be here, and it's a real opportunity. And so instead of being fearful of that, how do we encourage that and provide that immediate support to get them trained as quickly as we possibly can? So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Lynch. Mr. Greer.
Just really briefly, I was just looking back at some old notes. We talked about this in May also in terms of recruitment and retention. And we mentioned that we were continuing to engage with the P20 collaborative. Is there any continued engagement with that group of stakeholders?
There sure is, and I'm smiling because it's with somebody who's sitting at the
Yeah,
table.
okay,
Yes,
right.
yes, there is, and I can provide a more robust update
That's
on
fine.
that as it
All right.
develops. Yeah.
Dr. Manko.
Trying to figure out how I'm going to form this question, but I think we focus so much on teacher recruitment and getting conditional certified teachers to fully licensed teachers. I think oftentimes we don't pay enough attention to the retention side, and I'm constantly, Board Member Robinson's, statement. Teacher working conditions are student learning conditions. Like, I constantly am thinking about that, and my assumption is, and I don't know if it's correct, that there is within an LEA there's high degrees of variability between schools in terms of certain schools having very high levels of teacher retention, other schools where they're just churning through teachers year after year, right? And this becomes a huge liability for our state, right? If we see the same schools year after year that are just burning through teachers that are very, very vital to the success of the structure overall. So, I guess I wonder if there's been more exploration into that and trying to understand better at a school level, where there are schools that are consistently year after year retaining a high level of teacher or a high percentage of their teachers, and what's happening at those schools versus the school right down the street, serving the exact same population of kids, that every year you're seeing 20, 30, 40% turnover in teachers. And I think really understanding that better is going to be essential to, overall ensuring that we have high quality teachers that we are keeping in our classrooms, year after year across the state. The other thing is, I think we don't talk about this enough, but there's something really important for a child to go into a classroom in kindergarten and be there 5 years later and know that their kindergarten teacher is still in the school. And I think that's the type of stability that we would want for our own children, and that we would want for all the kids across the state. So, there's something to be said about schools where there's consistency of staff from year after year. There's synergies that develop once you have a cohesive unit that has been there over the span of many years. And I don't know if we do enough to really celebrate the schools that have high levels of staff retention and try to understand or figure out the schools where there's a lot of churn. What can we be doing to improve conditions at school?
All right, thank you, Dr. Manko. And our final comment from Mr. Crawford.
Dr. Manko, I would say that one of the key elements is leadership. Sure. Whether you're looking at schools, you're looking at businesses or government agencies, where you have strong leaders, you have retention, you have high performance. When you have poor or weak leaders, you tend to see high turnover, low performance. So it again underscores the importance of supporting and enabling our school level administrators and empowering them to be strong educational leaders. Other thing I wrote down just is in another life with looking at literacy is just wondering to what degree can parents in the community come together to help create a better work environment for teachers. Back to the points that were made, so that's something I just wrote down for something to think about as we go forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. All right, with that, we will move to our final agenda item for the morning session. We have
you have one online.
Oh, Ms. Chang?
Dr. Michael. Yeah, my question is to tap along the recruitment. Yeah, I went to a couple of national conferences last year, and there are different states of Board of Education or the Department of Education have representatives there actively recruit teachers of all different ethnic background. I think there is a very great place to start off outreach to not just within the state, but expand our niche, yeah, to recruit more new staffs, new teachers. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's an excellent point. All right, with that, we will move to our final agenda item for the morning, LEA Blueprint Implementation Progress Monitoring. Turn it over to Dr. Wright and Ms. Heiss.
Thank you. And we're inviting to the table Phil Lasser and Emma Pellerin to provide this update to you.
Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon. We're here today to share a proposed concept for progress monitoring related to local implementation of the blueprint for the board's consideration. And we'll just go ahead and start, and I think I need to click this, if that's working. There we go, okay. So we'll just go ahead and start quickly with a reminder of the submission timeline that was adopted by the AIB and its initial comprehensive implementation plan in 2022. The image that you see on the screen is taken from the initial Blueprint Comprehensive Plan, and as it shows, LEAs and state agencies are being asked to submit their implementation plans covering the 10-year implementation period in 2 phases, with phase 1 covering fiscal years 22 through 27. And as you can see on the image, the phase 1 plans were submitted in 2 parts in 2023 and 2024. And Executive Director Heiss provided an update on the timeline and approvals for the LEA implementation plans from 2024 just earlier today. And knowing that 20 plans have been approved by the AIB, 3 have been conditionally approved, and 1 is being considered for approval, the last one, this Thursday at the AIB meeting. Phase 2 plans will be submitted in spring 2027, and they are covering blueprint implementation tasks in fiscal years 28 through 32. So I think the key takeaway from the previous slide, and that we are here to talk a little bit about today and is kind of spurring this conversation, is that the LEA and state agencies are not going to be asked to submit a written implementation plan again until spring 2027 for phase 2 of implementation. So that begs the question, what happens in the meantime? So during the interim period until the phase 2 plan submission, AIB and MSDE will continue to monitor local implementation of the blueprint each year. And implementation monitoring for 2025 will include conferences with local superintendents about each LEA's progress in implementing the blueprint as described in their phase 1 plans.
Thanks. And so to go into more detail, that again, so if later approved by the boards, today is just information only, but later we will come back for more formal approval. The plan is that this year these implementation monitoring conferences will be individual conversations between the state agencies, MSDE and AIB, along with each school district individually. So we'll ask the local superintendents, any other relevant staff to join us to discuss the district's successes and progress towards meeting priority areas of the blueprint, progress towards meeting those aligned metric targets that we talked about that the board's adopted, as well as talking through any implementation challenges, any adjustments that need to be made as well. And with this process as well, we are recommending that LEAs have the opportunity to share any data with us that will help inform the conversations and help demonstrate their progress towards meeting these goals. As we continue to build out these details of the process in the coming weeks, AIB and MSC are going to be proactively collaborating with the LEAs to go through the scheduling, logistics, the content that's going to be covered specifically within these conferences, and make sure that everything works for all parties involved. Make sure that we are really advancing student outcomes as our primary goal in this process. And as a final note as well, that while the state is not requiring LEAs to submit written plans this year as they have in the previous years, each LEA, each state agency does have the opportunity to submit written updates to their phase 1 plans that have been posted as they desire. So they are welcome to submit written updates, but those will not be required for this year. And so again, we will work through this process together with the LEAs and come forward for approval for the boards at a later time. And so unless there's anything else that you have at this point, we are open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lasser and Ms. Pellerin. Any questions or comments? Mr. Greer.
Just one offer for support. Mr. Manko may know this. Dr. Manko may know this. But the United States Department of Education did something called the Reform Support Network when the Race to the Top initiative happened. It was a carve out of dollars that they set aside in order to do technical assistance in a different way, which was to bring together the states that were trying to do something that's never been done. Value added, non-tested grades and subjects, like all the types of things that you can think about as a part of Common Core and beyond. But I think what was really important was they brought together leading researchers, thought leaders, and the state leaders who were leading those implementation issues, and they actually built enough trust and did conferences just like these that brought them together to do those problems in practice in safe spaces that allowed them to share their resources. This is where Engage NY came from. This is where like all the different resources that we can see that kind of fell out from that time. I'm not necessarily advocating to go back to that time period, but what I am advocating is the process for the conferences to be a space that's less let's share what we're doing and show the data, and more get our sleeves rolled up and actually work together and share where we can like support one another in the places where we're hitting barriers. I was one of the facilitators of that. I helped to design some of the programs in it. So if you would like support, I'd be more than happy to step in and show some of the facilitation tools that we use to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kerwin.
Yes. I have a question not directly related to this aspect of the implementation, but I was very struck by something that Dr. Joan Melly McCarthy made earlier about we've sort of set this standard for the science of reading, but have we put the directive on ensuring the classroom instruction? So my question relates to that, and when we engaged MILE, the research entity at the University of Maryland and at Morgan, to go out and review all of our efforts on literacy, they observed that many of our teacher preparation programs were not preparing teachers in what we call the science of reading. So my question is, in terms of is anybody checking on that? Okay, and so I thought you would say that, so I'm going to ask you directly. Are our teacher preparation, and of course you only cover the USM, there are other teacher preparation programs in the state. Is anybody checking to see that our teacher preparation programs are doing what they should be doing on this issue?
Wow,
Kerwin, challenge accepted. We are really excited across the university system of Maryland. We also convene the deans and directors of all ed programs across Maryland. There is work to be done. There is no doubt about it. We've been really happy to have the partnership with MSDE to offer the SUNY Science of Reading credentials for not only our teachers, but for the students in those ed prep programs. And we're really excited. Our ed deans are excited. Their staff are excited. The University System of Maryland, we do have components of Science of Reading in our prep programs. There's always opportunities to make it stronger, more explicit. We've met with our students, and what we've heard mostly from our students is that they're being taught, but two things are happening. They need more opportunity for practice, and they need higher quality internship experiences that are really allowing them to have the mentorship and the ongoing professional development that takes that school-based learning into real classroom learning. So I think some of the work, that Mr. Reese was smiling at earlier, some of the work that we're trying to do right now is to build all of those neural networks between higher education, MSDE, the AIB, to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what those teacher competencies need to be, how we're teaching them, how we're developing them from start all the way through their professional learning career. So challenge accepted, we take it.
Thank you very much.
All right, any final questions? Dr. Lynch?
Sorry, can I just make one comment back here? And I know I always sound like a broken record, but I think to Dr. Kerwin's point, I really do encourage us as we think about implementation monitoring to continue to be really thoughtful about what we need to know from our LEAs, because too often they get just burdened with all of these reports, whether or not they're from, legislative requirements or from grant requirements. And so that takes away from the real work that can be done. So just as we start to build this out, I do encourage us to think about where is the information already existing that we can pull in some other way, and are what we are asking the true questions that we want to know. So are things like Science of Reading actually part of that? Are the things about what math literacy looks like in those early grades part of what we're looking at, if that is really what we want to be improving?
Thank you, Dr. Lynch. Dr. Dawson?
Just one question. Are we gathering input from the LEAs on what they may want to see or do at the monitoring conferences?
Yes, we will be creating opportunities to share this process with LEAs, especially with superintendents, to get their feedback about what this will look like.
Feedback on what this will look like, or to actually ask them what they would like to see, or how they would like the process.
Yeah,
both.
I think
Yeah,
I was thinking really
both,
good point. I think
Yeah.
you're right. The superintendent should be participating in the development of this conference thing, because I think that's where they're going to get the majority of the buy-in, is if their voices have been heard. So I think it's both. I think we need to sit down with them and talk about what does this look like and what would help them, and then what would help us on the other end. It's a good point.
Thank you. Any final questions or comments? All right, with that, I'm going to turn it to Dr. Wright, who has a message to share.
So we've received information from the Council of Chief State School Officers that the Office of Management and Budget and the United States Department of Ed have sent communications out today. And apparently the Trump administration has ordered federal agencies to temporarily pause all activities related to obligations or disbursement of all federal financial assistance. And this pause will begin at 5 p.m. today. So this is definitely going to have impact on our federal dollars. It's going to have impact on people that are federally funded. And right now we have a rough guesstimate, even in our agency alone, of approximately 386 full-time people. And that does not count the Department of Rehabilitative Services. So More to go. We are working with the AGs on this, and we are also working with Ed on this. CCSSO obviously is knee-deep, working with the Department of Education to try and figure out exactly what this means. But this is a pretty important flurry of information that has just come out. So I wanted everybody to know that we are working on it. We don't have answers yet, but we've got staff dedicated to find out exactly what the impact will be on our agency and on the LEAs.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. We appreciate you just bringing that to the fore in this space and look forward to receiving timely updates as you learn more. All right, with that, we are preparing to adjourn to executive session. I'll turn it over to Chair Leggett to dismiss his board first.
Thank you for that very sobering comment, Dr. Wright. Unless there are any additional comments from members of the AIB, I would now entertain a motion for adjournment. Moved and properly second that we adjourn. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye or raise your hands. Okay, I think this, yeah, thank you.
Very good. Pursuant to Section 3305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: administrative function, 10 appeals, board leadership update. The State Board will return to the public meeting at 1:45 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We'll see you back at 1:45. All right. Simba? Okay. We ready? All right. We are calling the public meeting back to order. We thank the public for your patience. We're running a little bit late coming out of our executive session. Thank you again for your patience. We are now, actually, I'm going to officially call the meeting of the State Board of Education to order. Mr. Schoen, do we have quorum? Yes. Okay, quorum we've got. So we're going to go to our first agenda item, which is our consent agenda item, which we have a number of items. Are there any items that we need to remove? Dr. Neil McCarthy.
I would like to pull out the item that's the incentive for the National Board certification.
Which number is that? This is number 6? Okay, so we're going to be voting on the consent agenda 1 through 5 and 7 through 15. We're pulling 6 for a separate vote. Are there any other items you'd like to pull for further discussion? Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended? We've got Mr. Paul, second by Dr. Goldson. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, we'll now move to what was previously consent agenda item number 6, COMAR 13A0708, Incentive Program for Certification by the National Board. Let me ask Dr. Miller McCarthy, are you looking for a presentation from the staff, or would you like to just make a brief comment on this?
I'm not looking for a presentation. I'm looking for affirmation.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Wright, do you have somebody that can speak to this item?
Is Kelly here?
Yep. Okay, great.
There you go. If anybody can speak to it, it's Kelly.
All right, Ms. Meadows, looks like we have a question from Dr. Mueller McCarthy.
My concern is that the state will be providing an incentive to a certification program that's flawed with respect to criteria standards for reading. And I personally cannot support it, and so I put that out to my fellow board members. What do we do with a certification process that does not include explicitly the resolution that we made last year and include the parameters that we put in our pre-K 3 literacy policy? Mm-hmm. So I struggle with that.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Meadows or Dr. Wright, can you remind us about the process that we understand National Board's going through in terms of science of reading? We know there was a first round. Can you give us some more specifics on that?
Let me, Dr. Smith, I know she can. We had asked the National Board, as you well know, to go back and take a look at the revision of the standards, and they had sent us the initial, whatever they had just sent us, and I think, Tanette, Dr. Smith, did you want to make some comment on that? And also, I'll let you speak, and then I've got a comment.
As Dr. Wright stated, that's exactly the process that they used. We did ask for additional comments or feedback, to provide additional feedback to the National Board, but we were told that since our staff was not National Board certified, that they would rather take it to their own board. So they did provide us with additional information about the processes, as well as about the changes that were made. And that's where we ended up.
Okay. Before Mr. Crawford, I'll go to you. Dr. Wright, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, I just think that is a continuing concern that we've got, that in all good faith, we went to them and said, there's a lot of money riding on this, and, the state is paying for NBC, and we expect, they came here and promised that they were going to revise this, and it would be totally aligned with the science of reading, and what we got back was not. And so we reached out, and what Dr. Smith told you was the response that we got.
Okay. Mr. Crawford.
I would take a fairly harder line. We had conversations with them. I think it was Dr. Michael, you, and someone else, We were 100% clear in terms of our expectations that it needed to align with the science of reading. My recollection is they came back with the two-step process. They said that we can do certain things right now and we will do other things in the future, and they pledged alignment. So I'm not comfortable personally, because I think we've taken a position, we've talked to them, they made a commitment. It doesn't sound like they followed through on the commitment. I think we should hold them accountable for what they said.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. And while I don't disagree with what you're saying in holding them accountable, where I take pause is that currently under the blueprint, the only way for teachers to move up through the career ladder is by having their national boards. And if we pull our financial help with the cost of national boards, we will handicap teachers in being able to move forward in the profession until either the blueprint law changes so that national board is no longer the gatekeeper for the teacher career ladder. All we're doing is penalizing teachers. That's my, and I understand where you're coming from, but right now that is the law, that teachers can't move forward in their professional progression. If they want to become a leader, move into the other tiers, they cannot unless they have national boards. And until the state law changes, I hesitate to take that help away from teachers.
Okay, we've got Dr. Wright and then Dr. Goldson.
So maybe there's a compromise here. Maybe the compromise is that we give it approval to recognize what Rachel is saying, and make our feelings known to the National Board about the need for change, and that we're still expecting the change that we were promised within a certain period of time. That allows the teachers to move forward, but it also, we can always revisit this at another point in time, to Rachel's point, whether the law changes or whether we decide just to draw a line in the sand. My concern is that we were told by the National Board that they were going to make sure that this was aligned to the science of reading. And so if we want to make this a compromise piece for today, so that we're not holding up teacher certification, but we are also making sure that we send a well-worded letter to the National Board about the fact that they did not follow through with what they told us they were going to do.
Is this a follow-up? Okay, let's go just quickly response, Ms. McCusker, and then we'll come to Dr.
I might also engage our partners in the AIB and the legislature with this issue, so that if that needs to be changed, we have a legislative path through which to change it.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson?
Dr. Wright, did you want to identify a specific time that you're going to give the National Board to actually follow through with the recommendation that they gave to you?
I would think that what I would do is, in my opinion, would be to write the letter and ask for a response within 30 days of what their intent is to do. And then that will inform our next decision making, because if they're going to write us back and say, we're not doing anything, we're not changing, then we now know where we stand with National Board.
Thank you. Mr. Crawford.
As we look at this, and if we have to push this issue, we're not the only state that's requiring science of reading. So presumably we could get NASB to support us to reach and get support from the other states that are moving in the same direction, because they're experienced in the same issue. To me, it's a breach of a commitment. This is what they said they would do. They've not come back and told us why they couldn't do it. They just haven't done it. So I can live with the idea of the letter, but I think that if we find that their response is unsatisfactory, we may need to go back and revisit the issue.
Great.
And I don't want to unduly harm teachers, so I don't want to do that. But at the same time, they need to know that we're 100% serious, and we will take necessary actions if forced into a corner.
Dr. Mealy McCarthy.
I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. McCusker. I appreciate what you're saying, but unless there is a specific time with a specific proposed action, we're going to be in the same place next year. And so I feel very strongly about this. I think this board was very collegial and very professional, but very clear. And I feel that our request was disrespected, and children are therefore disrespected because teachers do not have to rise to that standard of literacy instruction. So the board is going to do what the board is going to do, but I'm going to have to, this is another one of those die on my swords for me. Okay. So I appreciate it.
This is, Dr. Smith, did you have something to add?
Yes, just as a point of clarification, they did make changes. However, the changes were very superficial and were not very specific as it relates to the science of reading. So I just wanted to put that on record.
And just to add just one other point for the board's awareness, there are 2 points of time that are important as a part of this. So one, we were promised immediate changes to the current set of standards that were established, I want to say in 2012, recognizing that they're beginning to start a process of revamping the entire literacy standards. They were unwilling at the time to do the full revamp because it was forthcoming. So I just wanted to draw a distinction between the 2 processes as we move forward. I also just want to take a point to remind this board some of our requirements in law as when we take votes. No matter how many members we have, we must always have 8 votes to pass a motion. So if we have 9 people here, we have to have 8. If we have 8 people here, we have to have 8 to pass a motion. So today, we need 8 of 12 to move forward on this. A little bit different than other groups. All right, is there further comments? Are there further comments or questions? Okay, is there a motion on item 6 of the agenda, COMAR 13A0708, Program for Certification by the National Incentive Program for Certification by the National Board? Permission to adopt. Okay, Ms. McCusker? Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Dr. Goldson? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? 3. Any, okay. What did we get? 8-3? And Nick and Joan? Okay, so we're 8-3. Any abstentions? Or is it 9-3? Did I miss you? Dr. Lewis, are you yes? Okay. 9-3. Great. Okay. Do we have the count? We're good? All right. So this motion carries 9-3. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have our next item is math policy. I have been waiting for this day, Mr. Crawford.
I was so pleased this morning to see that you shared the your Christmas gift with the AIB.
Hold up 1 second.
Yeah, we do.
No, we hit the rest of the.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah.
No. For clarification, we moved 1 through 5 and 7 through 15 in consent. We pulled 6. We handled 6. We're now moving, and you're not going to disrupt my joy, Ms. McCusker. We're going to get right back to where we were. I've been waiting for this moment, the day that we bring math policy to the State Board of Education. So I'm delighted to turn it over to Dr. Wright and her team as we consider the first version of the math policy.
Thank you so much. And at the table, you have Dr. Jeanette Smith and Lindsay Brightful. And I really want to give hats off to the team. This has been a work that has been in process for a number of months, and I can tell you that they have done an amazing job of reaching out to counterparts around the nation where math is concerned, taking a look at what the latest research has to say around where math is concerned, and just lots of hours on this. It's obviously going to go back out for public comment again, but just a real thank you to the entire team that's been working on this. So I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Maryland State Board of Education. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today to share our vision for mathematics education in Maryland, a vision grounded in equity, rigor, and innovation to ensure that all students are prepared for success in college, career, and life. Next slide. Thank you. We'll begin by discussing the rationale behind developing a comprehensive mathematics policy supported by research and Maryland-specific data. Next, we'll delve into the 4 foundational standards of the policy and their role in transforming math education statewide. We'll also share insights from our collaborative efforts with educators, families, and other stakeholders, emphasizing the feedback received in areas for growth. And finally, we'll outline the immediate and long-term actions required to implement this policy effectively. As we consider the foundation of Maryland's mathematics policy, I want to share a powerful quote by Shalini Sharma, author of The Math Mind, the book that you should have received. We can give kids, even preschoolers, the chance to hone their problem-solving skills, to develop deep understanding, and to utilize their inborn ability to think mathematically. Because in reality, all kids are math kids. This statement challenges the pervasive myth of the so-called math kid, right? The idea that only certain children are naturally predisposed to excel in mathematics. Instead, Sharma reminds us that mathematical thinking is an innate ability that resides in every child and is waiting to be cultivated. For us in Maryland, this belief serves as both an inspiration and a call to action. It underscores the urgency of providing all children with opportunities to develop these skills, beginning as early as preschool. It's about ensuring that math education isn't just rigorous, but it's also meaningful for every student. This vision lies at the heart of Maryland's mathematics policy. By addressing systemic inequities in access to high-quality math instruction, we aim to provide every child, regardless of background, the support and resources needed to succeed. This isn't just about preparing students for academic milestones. It's about equipping them with skills to navigate and thrive in a complex, ever-changing world. With this in mind, the question becomes, how do we turn this vision into reality? That's what Ms. Brightful will explore next as we discuss why Maryland needs this policy and the strategies we've designed to meet these ambitious goals.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So we're starting off with some quantitative data, and none of it is new data. Even the NAEP data, as many of you know, will be publicly released for 2025 tomorrow. But we see the quantitative need for a shift in outcomes for math students. Here we see how Maryland's achievement levels in math have changed dramatically over the last 10 to 15 years, especially since the adoption of common college and career readiness math standards. We see that our MCAP data remains in a place that we know we can do better overall from grades 3 through 8 in Algebra 1. And then we have this last piece of data when we talk about college and career readiness in mathematics. One of the things we can look at to measure is enrollment in AP courses. And this is even before, which we intend to do is define success in those courses. But right now, when we look at enrollment for courses overall, we see a disparity. But when we look at AP math courses, it definitely stands out that the access is not equitable across all student groups. So this demonstrates the quantitative need for the math policy to make sure that we are striving to improve student achievement in math and elevate proficiency rates to make sure Maryland returns to where we know our students are. And so that's the first piece of the purpose of this policy. The next slide, and this is really important, I think, to just call out that we want to make sure that all students are receiving equitable math instruction every day that they're in a math classroom. And I connect this to, I think, a conversation you all had earlier about the experience of students in schools. And I think you can deepen it in reflecting on the experience of students in math classrooms. We know that the development of numeracy is supported by intentional and visible math instruction across tiers 1, 2, and 3. And we know that when implemented strategically and systematically, effective and explicit math instruction, it ensures that students understand concept development and that teaching and learning process are clear and purposeful. And both of those statements are backed up by national research. And this also aligns with our blueprint goal, which is to make sure that all students are college and career ready by the end of 10th grade at the latest. And right now, our practice is really a one track or one pathway, which has been the traditional algebra, geometry, algebra 2 pathway, and then some additional course in senior year. And the national research has been very clear that offering diverse high school math pathways provides the opportunity for students to develop mathematical skill and that's applicable to various professions, and that the choice in pathway really boosts intrinsic motivation, effort, and performance because it invites students to align their math experience with their interests, aspirations, and career goals. Under the guidance of the Charles A. Dana Center and University of Texas at Austin, we've been honored to facilitate a Maryland Launch Years Task Force over the last few years, and this connects us to other state agencies across the country with a real focus on modernizing the high school math experience to make it meaningful and productive for all students. Our Maryland task force consists of statewide K-12 leaders, mostly mathematics leaders and educators, and then a variety of math faculty and staff from community colleges and higher education leaders, including University System of Maryland. And we have really been focused on redefining the roles of math in students' lives and really emphasizing to make sure math is a path forward and not a barrier. So the task force, with lots of research and input from various stakeholders, came up with this recommendation towards the end of last year, which was for Maryland to shift from the current Algebra 1 Geometry, Algebra 2 course progression to a 2-year integrated algebra course sequence. This is also in alignment with the AIR study that was done by the state board. And it really is not, I do want to emphasize, it is not taking Algebra 1 Geometry and Algebra 2 and putting it into 2 years of instruction. It is really focusing on the core algebra skills that we know all students need to be productive in advanced math pathways. And then looking at those key geometry and algebra 2 standards, it is also bringing in some statistics standards that are often overlooked but very necessary for success in advanced math pathways, college, and career experiences. The task force intends to continue to support the implementation, and our role is to make sure that if you look at the policy, it's not a high school math policy, it's pre-K through 12. So we want to make sure that students beginning in pre-K have an experience learning math that sets them up for success in this integrated algebra courses as well as their advanced math pathways.
Our proposed mathematics policy is guided by 4 essential standards. Access and equitable opportunities, which is about breaking down barriers to high-quality math instruction. College and career readiness, which is about implementing a consistent, rigorous pre-K through 12 math progression. Assessment accountability, ensuring systems are in place to monitor progress and support families. And systems of support for educators, providing professional learning opportunities to equip educators with the skills needed for equitable instruction.
So I'm going to get a chance to share a little bit more detail on each of the standards, starting with access and equitable opportunities. And this standard is really about eliminating sorting kids with exclusionary tracking practices. As Dr. Smith mentioned at the beginning, we believe that all kids are math kids, that all people are math people, and we want to make sure that our practices reflect that. And this includes addressing limitations and biases in traditional acceleration practices by implementing clear expectations for responsible accelerations. We also want to be clear about what we mean with supporting students in the learning process. So the policy includes grade band expectations for math instruction from grades pre-K through advanced math pathways in high school. And this includes an overview of math MTSS expectations, which we'll provide additional insight on with guidance. But just to give an overview, in Tier 1, we call out high-quality differentiated instruction in the classroom using grade-level aligned materials, including scaffolding for struggling students and enrichment for advanced learners, and fostering a supportive environment to reduce math anxiety and promoting confidence. In Tier 2, small group instruction for students who need additional support beyond Tier 1, and ensuring that that Tier 2 support aligns with Tier 1 instructional materials to reinforce core content and provide opportunities for deeper engagement. And in Tier 3, intensive individualized supports for students with significant needs, including tailored interventions, foundational skill building, and mentoring for emotional growth and confidence. We are very explicit about Tier 1 core instruction being the most important, and that Tier 2 and Tier 3 supporting Tier 1 but not replacing, and the alignment of all materials to grade level standards, which we believe all students can meet. Policy Standard 2, College and Career Readiness Math Standard Progression. It is really aligned to what I spoke of earlier of ensuring that we have a coherent pre-K to 12 math sequence, including coherent and aligned standards, which we have a standards revision committee working on to just make sure that starting in pre-K, what students learn is really aligned to developing those numeracy skills to prepare them for their integrated algebra experience and advanced math pathways. The advanced math pathways that all students will have access to include quantitative reasoning, data analytics, algebraic foundation of calculus, and statistics and probability. And these align with the national research as well as the work of the Launch Year's Task Force of what are the diverse needs of students to ensure that they need in high school to make sure that they are ready for the college or career pathway of their choice.
Assessment and accountability. To support the successful implementation of this policy, we will help our LEAs to build and identify robust assessment systems that are aligned to this grade level standards. We want to help. The policy provides that families will be informed of their child's progress at least twice a year. It includes recommendations for interventions as needed, as Lindsay stated, for Tier 2 and Tier 3. Additionally, we propose to engage families and communities statewide to ensure that they understand the policy's goals and expectations, fostering a partnership in supporting student achievement. Next slide. As far as systems of support for our educators are concerned, we understand that educators are key to the success of any policy, and especially this policy. And to support them, MSDE will launch the Maryland's Effective Mathematics Educators course to build teacher capacity, with an understanding that teacher content knowledge is a driving force in student outcomes. We want to facilitate professional learning opportunities using multiple models of professional learning to ensure LEAs can effectively implement integrated algebra courses and equitable math practices. These efforts will empower educators to deliver high-quality instruction and support every student's mathematical growth. These standards, they work in tandem to create a comprehensive and forward-looking framework for math education.
So we shared our vision, we've shared our purpose, and we shared some of the what we want to do. And so this last piece is a little bit of the how. And so we have this is the first day of the public sharing of the policy, but some pieces of it that we knew would have a great impact on LEAs, and some pieces that we wanted to make sure we had a national perspective. We begin to share, but also to help us think about this timeline. And so with that, we've developed this intentional timeline, really thinking about change management for implementation, starting with right now with the information about the math policy with hopeful adoption by spring of 25, and then moving into those different levels of support with professional learning, really following a model of other states who have recently updated their standards to give a school year of professional learning to really give math educators a chance to understand the shifts in standards and the shifts in instruction expectations so that we can move forward collectively and aligned with implementation. This has us implementing revised standards for pre-K through 8 in 26-27 and integrated Algebra 1 by 27-28. And this is in alignment with other initiatives such as MSDE's MTSS guidance, as well as the effective mathematics educator course that Dr. Smith previously mentioned. Some of the initial feedback that came in was generally positive. One thing that has really stood out is excitement around improving experiences, especially at the secondary level. We often find that elementary students are excited about math and it dwindles over time. So we are really looking to hone in on those middle grades, even 4 through 8, to really think about how we can maintain a positive learning experience. And we know that that means that they're successful in learning math. So making sure that that is covered in the policy. Some things that came out for already consideration is really, again, supporting LEAs and implementation, really thinking strategically about, as us being one of the first states to implement integrated math, what does it look like for transfer students, and just making sure we have those nuances ready. And then just overall rigor in the advanced math pathways to make sure one is not identified as preferential over the other, but that they're all seen as equally rigorous and valuable learning experiences. So with this, I just want to, just kidding, one more slide. Okay. So this is just a timeline of right now where we intend to go in the next few months. So as I mentioned, we are always engaging stakeholders. We already have some sessions for our LEA leadership to provide some additional feedback, as well as we know we'll be hosting a public hearing and public comment, which we're always eager to hear and to grow and learn. We are working with our standards committee to get those standards revised and ready and shared with our educators and our communities. We will be also working with LEAs on their revised pre-K to 12 comprehensive math plans, which is at a great time because we can align it to the math policy and support them in those initiatives that we know are research-based and effective. And we also intend for our Launchiest Task Force to continue the work of supporting implementation throughout the state and continuing to build those connections with institutes of higher education. So I just again want to reiterate Dr. Wright's introduction of this really being a team effort across the Office of Teaching and Learning and a lot of hours of the math team, which we're small but mighty, 2 of which are in Dorchester right now facilitating professional learning, but they're excited to watch later. And we're very open and eager for your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Smith, and thank you, Ms. Breitful, for your presentation. I just want to highlight and understate for the board and for the public our process as a board that we're undergoing. It has come to us here first at the full board, and at our request, it is now out for public comment, for that 30-day public comment. We will review this policy at committee in February. We will have a public hearing at this full board meeting at our February meeting. We will take all of that input from the public hearing, from the public comment, all that we're getting from districts, and attempt to bring a final draft and workshop final pieces at the Ed policy meeting in March. And pending that we're in a good place at that point, we will bring it forward to the board for full adoption at our March meeting. If there's a snag in the process, we will push to April if we need to, but we're on track to embed these pieces moving forward. So just a process note. At this time, I'll open it up for comments, questions. We'll start with Mr. Paul, and then keep your hands up for a second.
I can go? All right. Thank you very much. So thrilled to be thinking about this. Thank you so much for the hard work. I'm just excited to be at the beginning of the process. I want to highlight one thing that I'm really excited about in the draft policy as we have it. It's such a lightning rod issue, but the question of acceleration is deeply personal to so many people and communities for so many reasons. And I want to commend the drafters of the policy for taking an approach that has not fallen into the trap that many other jurisdictions have fallen into, which is painting with too broad a brush and saying acceleration is never appropriate, or sort of coming at it with a cudgel, but rather coming at this with a mindset of expanding access to this where it's appropriate and making sure that we're reaching all the young people that we need to, for whom it is responsible and appropriate. So the idea of these more regular screenings and more flexible groupings in the late elementary and middle school and high school years, or middle school years, it's a strong idea, and I really appreciate that approach to the acceleration question in this draft policy.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Next, Ms. Medina.
Thank you all so much for your hard work. This is really, really well. It's just such a great start. And I loved it on slide 13 where it was talking about improving the math experience in secondary. And the experience is really what I was kind of feeling on slide 10 with your number 3 on the engaging families, right? And I wonder if we could kind of expand this idea of number 3, not just to where families understand the policy and alignment, but really to understand the concepts, right? Because when you think about that math experience, once you get into that intermediate and middle school stage, that's when the kid's in the pit, like, because the way we learned it 20, 30 years ago, then the kid is like, you don't know what you're talking about. That's not what my teacher said. It's a fight. Like, can you tell I have a 6th grader? Like, math at home is just, it's not fun anymore because it's like 2 different languages. And so I'd love us to, incorporate that engagement beyond just families understanding what the policy is, but bringing them back into the process of enjoying the experience.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. First, thank you for the presentation, and I'm excited to be working with you as we hone it and tweak it in our policy meetings over the next couple of months. A couple of things. One is a concrete question, and the other is something I'm going to put a question out into the ether that I have no expectation for you to answer, and would prefer probably that you don't try to answer it. Just want to put it out there. The first one. So we're simultaneously rolling out 2 major instructional initiatives, right? Our literacy policy is out there and moving, and now we're bringing in a math initiative. So what attention has been given to the implementation timelines to ensure that teachers have adequate time for the required preparation and professional development? And I'm particularly concerned for our pre-K to 3 elementary educators. Many of them would teach both contents. Right? Not just math, not just literacy. They're doing both with the little people. And so they're going to be responsible for preparing and implementing both policies. So tell me what your attention you're giving to that workload.
I know you asked for us not to answer, but I do
No,
have
this is the one you get to answer.
Oh, this is the one I get to answer. Okay.
Sorry,
Great.
this is the one you get to answer.
Great.
Please answer.
No, we did purposely think about the alignment and the rollout. And so our focus for our mathematics as we roll it out will be grades 3 through 8. We will begin with that, and we will continuously roll it out to expand to get to the algebra grade 12, up to grade 12. Then we will transition into the pre-K. So we understood that there was a lot to be layering on to a pre-K through third grade teacher. Third grade sort of gets it, you know, a couple of times, but that is a great pivotal grade level. So we will pay particular attention to the type of professional learning opportunities that are provided to third grade teachers, and we'll do our best not to overwhelm teachers as they embark on this journey.
Good answer. Good answer. Okay, now here's the one that I don't expect you to answer. For all of us to kind of be giving some thought, will the foundation funding formula be sufficient to support class sizes that allow for implementation with fidelity of both policies without causing untenable workload situations for our elementary educators who will be handling both, and sufficient to ensure that a broad range of advanced math coursework is available to all students, because these types of initiatives require a strong, workable foundation. So just leave that hanging to think about, because the foundation matters.
Thank you, Ms. McCusker. Mr. Greer.
Hey, team. I'm over here. They moved me. It's before lunch and after lunch. It's two different people. That's right. The 8 o'clock, 2 o'clock one. Trying to keep me awake. This is fantastic. It's phenomenal. I appreciate the work, echoing everything that everybody said. Not going to repeat completely, but add my own flair. As a person who has what I'll deem a decent amount of math anxiety, and I stem it back to timed tests in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I now understand why we need those. Thank you for the book, President Michael and team, right? I understand why we code to procedural memory, the things that we can then get into working memory so that we can solve problems in more collaborative ways and more creative ways. I applaud this policy for naming the sense of belonging that we need to have, which I think is going to pay dividends when teachers create a sense of belonging and allow students and parents, thank you, Ms. Medina, to understand that they too are math people. Everyone is a math person, and that they can have a sense of belonging in the classroom. I think that's going to pay dividends in terms of allowing students to access more accelerated pathways, allowing students who are non-traditional to fit into some of those spaces, and to have everybody kind of fit into being a math person. So thank you, really. One suggestion, and I'll bring this to committee too if we don't get it resolved or anything, but the Accelerated Pathways Task Force, it's like section 4A, 4E in the policy. I feel like when I read it, it sounds like a gatekeeper, as in if the student scores highly proficient, then this group will decide if they get into accelerated pathways. I want that like reworded a little bit just so that it sounds more like what it's intended to be. I know what the intention is. The intention is this group will ensure that they get accelerated, right? I wanted to read that way, just to acknowledge, I think, how creative that is. And then not to be answered here also, but I want to see us talk a little bit about how we're going to know, and even if this board needs to know, if parents will be proactively communicated with. Like, is there a report to come back to us? What is the accountability system around that? Like, how does that support us in there? But great work.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Greer. Other questions and comments? Mr. Paul.
Last one. Just thinking about the shift to the integrated math course structure. I just haven't thought that deeply about it yet, but former math teacher, a lot of math teachers were used to teaching it in the particular sequences, and there's really rich materials, like a deep body of materials that exist for these traditional sequences. So just over the next 2 months, I'm eager to hear more about what kind of review of materials and procurement and sample. I mean, I just did a quick Google search for integrated 2-year algebra geometry course curriculum. That's going to be a thing that I am eager to think about in collaboration with you all, and what the plans will look like for that, so that when it's time, when this rolls out into schools, educators feel confident that they have really high quality materials that they know deeply and that they trust and believe in, so that the actual instruction is what we're intending here. So that the materials and retraining and all that is going to be really important.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Goldson and then Dr. Millie McCarthy.
Yep. I just wanted to piggyback on the sequencing of the mathematics piece of it. So the removal of the geometry and going to Algebra 1, Algebra 2 with geometry integrated in 1 and 2 also sends implications around what year 3 and 4 may look like and what those courses are at any high school level, and making sure that teachers are now trained in that content. Because what that may mean is that, which is good, that we are allowing students to access more mathematics courses than they typically would. But now I want to make sure that teachers' content, while I know that they're certified in mathematics, if they haven't taught calculus or pre-calculus in a while, what kind of support and technical assistance are we providing that doesn't require them to go back to the college, community college or university system to get
the true diverse academic needs of students across our state. This is not a one-size-fits-all. We need to develop a policy that truly meets the needs of all of our students, and just want to commend the team, Dr. Wright and the full team, on the development of this. This is first-class work, and we look forward to working with you over the next 2 months, and further in adopting and then moving into implementation on this policy. So thank you. All right. With that, we're going to move into the next item on our agenda, the pre-K sliding scale. Call on Dr. Wright at this time, who will be introducing our guests.
Yes,
or
I'd
our
like
presenters.
Dr. Cook, Ms. Donna Gunning, and Dr. Matt Duque to come to the table to address pre-K sliding scale. And I'm going to take, if I could, just a minute of personal privilege here. This is going to be Dr. Cook's last board meeting, and I could not let her go without saying she has been amazing. She's an amazing professional. She's an amazing person. She leads with a vision for early childhood that is powerful. She has made sure that she's stuck to her guns by stuff that she knows is good for little ones, and her leadership has just been very powerful inside the agency, and not just inside the agency. I mean, I think this is she's highly respected in the community. She's highly respected by the providers and people that she works with. And so I just want to say thank you so much for everything that you have done, and to wish you nothing but the best. And remember, you can always come back home.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Dr. Wright. All right. Good afternoon, Michael and members of the board. Today we are here to discuss the updated pre-K sliding scale methodology. Next slide. I don't have control of the slides. I have control, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Our presentation today will cover the following: the shift in the sliding scale methodology and our new proposal, income eligibility based on pre-K tiers, the rationale for the proposed changes, and then we will explain how to calculate the state, local, and family share for Tier 2 children. And we have a little demonstration planned as well. Next slide. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future directed the Maryland State Department of Education to implement the pre-K sliding scale for Tier 2 families starting in the 2025-2026 school year. To develop this scale, we engaged a wide range of stakeholders, including local education agencies, private providers, and policymakers over several months. Our guiding principle throughout has been to ensure that pre-K remains affordable. Even with this new methodology, we are ensuring that pre-K remains affordable. The proposed sliding scale is based on a family's income and is capped at 7% of a family's gross annual income per child, aligning with federal Child Care and Development Fund guidelines. Importantly, we've tailored this cap to balance affordability with fiscal realities. So let's look at income eligibility. Tier 1 are families earning up to 300% of the federal poverty level, which is about a family who's making around $93,000 for a family of 4 in FY25. These families receive full day pre-kindergarten at no cost. Tier 2 are families earning between 301 and 600% of the federal poverty level, or between $912 and $187,000 for a family of 4 in FY25. These families qualify for subsidized pre-K on a sliding scale, and those are the families we're going to be talking about today. There are also Tier 3 families who are above 600% of the federal poverty level, and they are earning more than $187,000 for a family of 4 in FY25. These families pay the full cost of pre-K. It's important to note that the federal poverty level comes out every year, and the beginning of the year, January, so these numbers will fluctuate year over year. Next slide. In February 2024, the state board approved a sliding scale methodology limiting the family share to 1% up to 7% of a family's income per child. The methodology we're proposing today will do something very similar. However, implementation was delayed due to legislative actions in the Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act, or BRFA. The BRFA limited pre-K funding for the 2024-2025 school year to Tier 1 families. For FY26, or school year 2025-2026, so the upcoming school year, only families earning up to 360% of the federal poverty line or level, or families at around $112,000 for a family of 4 in FY25 will be eligible for Tier 1 state funding per the legislation. So just repeating that so it's clear, next year as we go into school year 25-26, the pre-K sliding scale will be truncated, and the state will fund children whose families fall between 301 and 360% of the federal poverty level. The full scale will roll out in FY27, presumably. Slide 6. The BRFA also accelerated the phase-in of the pre-K per pupil rate. Originally planned to reach around $19,950 by fiscal year 30, we will now achieve this rate by fiscal year 27, 3 years earlier. This is exciting because this will help our private providers and our LEAs receive the full cost of care for pre-K earlier than anticipated. So when the blueprint started, pre-K was underfunded, and we all recognize that. And we were scaling the funding up, the per pupil cost of pre-K up, until it reached the full cost of care, which we will achieve now much earlier in FY27, where the per pupil rate will be $19,950. This is especially important to note for private providers because at that point, the math will make sense for them to participate in the program because that rate will be competitive with the private market as well as child care scholarship. Next slide. In response to these changes, so in response to this accelerated rate in the per pupil rate, we propose a new sliding scale methodology that simplifies the structure to a 5-level tiered system, reflects updated data and stakeholder feedback, addresses the rapid increase in the pre-K per pupil costs. This approach balances affordability for families, so that still remains a priority, with fiscal responsibility for the state and local jurisdiction. So we're not going to have a rapid increase in the local share for our local governments. One of the most significant benefits of the new methodology is simplification. Instead of calculating an individualized share for every family, so in the previous methodology, if you were a family making $112,000 and you would have one family share payment, and the family next door from you could be making $113,000 and they would have a different payment. This is something we want to avoid. Instead, we will be we're proposing a 5-level sliding scale that provides clear and consistent family share, local share, and state share tiers. This reduces administrative burdens for local education agencies and private providers and makes the process more transparent for families. So as I mentioned before, every year the federal poverty level does change. So this would come out every year. We would always look backwards at the previous federal poverty level data so we could get that data out to the field sooner. We also would have to account for any changes in the per pupil rate. Stakeholders, including local education agencies and private providers, expressed concerns about the complexity of the original sliding scale that I explained. Challenges included income verification and variability in family contributions. The new 5-level structure addresses these concerns, ensuring easier implementation and greater clarity for all involved. Next slide. In FY26, in FY26, the proposed scale applies to families earning 301% to 360% of the federal poverty level. The family share contributions for FY26, for some reason, this is not the updated PowerPoint presentation that I'm seeing, and I'm not sure why, but please ignore the third column. That is explaining a different percentage, so please disregard the third column. The family, let me emphasize this point. The family share contributions will range from 1.3 to 1.5% of a family's gross annual income. So they're not going to be paying the full 7% of their income. They're on the lower end of the sliding scale. And at most, they'll be paying 1.5% of their family's income, which would total for next year $1,447.30 over the year, over a 10-month period. This ensures affordability for families while supporting program sustainability. For FY27, with the per pupil rate rising to $19,950, the sliding scale expands to include families earning up to 600% of the federal poverty level. Contributions for families will be no more than 7% of their gross annual income per child. The gradual increase ensures equitable access while accommodating the rising costs of high-quality pre-K. Please note that these are estimates because we do not yet fully have the new federal poverty level data. Before we go on to this last slide, or maybe I'll share the last slide. We're going to share this last slide and ask the board for action, but then we're going to transition to showing the board something that we're calling the pre-K calculator. This is, do it first before we. Yeah, I think they might want to see it before. Okay. Simba, can you take this PowerPoint down and put the pre-K calculator up? Thank you.
So, in collaboration with Early Childhood and the Office of Research, the Communications Office has developed this online pre-K calculator to simplify the process for providers to determine families' tier as well as their cost at the time of enrollment for their child. Yeah, if we could just scroll up a little bit, you'll see the calculator. So it requires a few inputs here, which it's a very complicated law, let's say, or a sliding scale is complicated, so this attempts to simplify it, and you'll see we just need to enter household size.
Can they make it bigger?
Oh, no. So we have a wizard behind the scenes that will be magically filling out household size. We need household income, the child's age, and then you'll see there are selections for if it's a child with disabilities, a multilingual learner, or a child experiencing homelessness. So we'll show you one example of a household size of 4, earning $106,000 and enrolling a child of 4 years old. When you click calculate, these are the results. So you see off to the right there in tier 2, which qualifies under the sliding scale for the coming year. It shows the family share of cost, the share for the state and local, and then a weekly copay, at least based on a 10-month schedule. The donut chart on the left shows the breakdown 90%, 10% between state, local, and family share. I'll just add that we also have a Spanish version available, and we're planning to test this with providers in February. And prior to enrollment beginning in March, we'll be holding office hours with providers to guide them with any technical assistance necessary.
Okay, Simba, can you bring up the PowerPoint again? Okay. In summary, we asked the committee in summary, we asked the board to adopt this new sliding scale methodology for implementation in the 2025-2026 school year. The key benefits include simplification for families, local education agencies, and private providers, childcare providers, affordability and sustainability within the 7% cap of a family's income per child, and alignment with accelerated funding and legislative changes. We believe this approach balances affordability, simplicity, and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cook and Ms. Gunning and Dr. Duque. I'll now turn to Chair Crawford from the Education, Transformation, and Finance Committee. Can you report out on the recommendation from the committee?
Absolutely. The committee reviewed this material and had conversations with the department. The committee then voted to recommend to the full board adoption of this recommendation. Very nicely done.
Excellent. All right, I'll now open it up for any clarifying questions or comments from members of the board. Okay, we're getting to that point in the afternoon. Mr. Greer, you nothing? Okay, all right, here we go. All right, with that, we'll entertain a motion. We have Dr. Goldson, a second by Mr. Paul. All those in favor of the proposed 5-level pre-K sliding scale methodology as proposed, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a brief 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back for our next item. All right. 2025 legislative session update. We will turn it now to Dr. Wright to introduce presenters.
Yes, I have Donna Gunning coming up, Assistant Superintendent for Finance, and Chief of Staff Alex Reese, and they are going to be giving you an overview of not only the governor's 26 budget, but also some of the legislative session updates will be provided by these two folks. So I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, hello again, everyone. We are, Ms. Gunning and I are going to present, as Dr. Wright said, briefly on legislative matters, and then we'll get into the governor's FY26 budget. So just by way of process, we'd love to share a little bit about how our Office of Government Affairs has been tracking our bills and some of the processes that we put in place. So we're going to get started with that. In the 2024 legislative session, our Office of Government Affairs created some clear systems and processes for tracking all of the legislation that could have an impact on the state board, on MSDE, and on our local school systems. We are sustaining and building upon these systems in this year. So far in the 2025 legislative session, we are tracking 169 education-related bills. The Office of Government Affairs staff monitor legislation daily, send requests to relevant members of our program team so that they can review bills and assess their fiscal impact. Department staff meet weekly to then review and discuss relevant bills, and so that we have agency leaders who are responding to legislation in their area of expertise. The group that meets includes about 20 of our senior leaders, including many of our assistant state superintendents and all 3 of our deputy state superintendents. Then, as you know, on Monday evenings, our legislative subgroup of the State Board's Education Policy Committee, led by Chair McCusker, comes together. And at that meeting, Dr. Wright, our Government Affairs team, and I share context for each bill, and the legislative subgroup decides if we want to take a position. So as you can see here, the Education Policy Committee has taken positions on 10 bills thus far, 5 bills supported, 3 supported with amendments, and 2 bills opposed. Mr. Hands, of course, shares the weekly updates on Friday via email with the full board, and you also have a legislative update document for today's meeting that summarizes these 10 positions taken. I do want to briefly recognize our Government Affairs team. We have our Executive Director, Dr. Akila Aline. We're welcoming our new policy analyst, Madeline Hauk. Madeline here? She is. And I also want to thank Zach Hands and Hannah Oakley, who are just phenomenal partners always, but especially during the legislative session. So next up, we're going to go into the governor's education bill. So last Tuesday, the governor's education bill was filed, called the Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act. It is sponsored in the House by Speaker Jones, Delegates Hornberger, McComas, and Tomlinson, and in the Senate by President Ferguson and Senators Charles, Kagan, King, Lamb, and West. At the end of last week, the bill was assigned a hearing date of February the 12th, and we received the request to assess the bill's fiscal impact. Now, this bill is multifaceted, so our team is working on the fiscal note. It will take a couple of days here since there are several pieces to the bill. Governor Moore's bill will come back to you for review in the coming weeks. Today, we are providing a very high-level overview of the bill. And I want to note that some of the ideas that Ms. Heiss and I shared this morning related to teacher recruitment, development, and retention are related or linked to pieces of the bill. So just in the interest of time, I won't go through every single aspect that you see on the slide here if it's been discussed already this morning. Before I pass it on to Ms. Gunning to review the budget, I'll just highlight a few things. So the governor's bill has 4 primary focus areas. The first is teacher recruitment. What's new here under teacher recruitment is relocation bonuses. This is for teachers who are coming to Maryland out of state. And the idea is to provide $2,000 in assistance for experienced out-of-state teachers to cover a portion of their relocation expenses to Maryland with the hope of reducing teacher vacancies. We discussed the rest there. Number 2, collaborative time. As we've heard from a variety of sources this morning, the collaborative time per pupil funding is delayed as part of the bill. And as Ms. Heiss discussed this morning, there are the collaborative time innovation demonstration grants. These grants would be supported by a national organization that would help, as Ms. Heiss was sharing, to think about innovative ways to achieve collaborative time, and would also, there would be an evaluation component built in as well, so we can see, of the ideas that are tried, these innovative ideas, which are seeing impact. The funding would be tiered based on school size and grade band, and so that's sort of the spirit of the collaborative time innovation grants. Under the third focus area here, we discussed the Maryland School Leader Academy and the importance of school leader development. The only thing I'd highlight here is just some of the statewide coaching initiatives that we talked about this morning, and professional learning is all rolled into the governor's proposal for what's called the Academic Excellence Program. So as you review the bill, you'll see a lot of similarities between the ideas shared this morning and what's in the bill there. And then finally, for community schools, as you may have heard, there are 2 major pieces related to community schools. The first is maintaining funding at fiscal year 26 levels for 2 years. And then the primary piece of what's listed on the slide here is really the 3 ways that the bill seeks to support effective implementation of community schools. We know that this is such a program with tremendous promise. We are a national leader in Maryland in terms of the sheer number of community schools and the support at the state level. So the intent, it seems, of the bill is to really zoom in on how to ensure effective implementation. It does that in a few ways. One is to boost local school system capacity to support community school implementation. It builds a technical assistance network, enhances staffing at MSDE so that we're not operating with 2 positions, as Dr. Wright has shared, for 621 schools. And it builds in an investment in evaluation for continuous improvement. There's also an expansion of the allowable uses of community schools funds, coordination across state agencies so that we can surge resources into high poverty schools and communities. And then finally, there's an emphasis on both whole child intervention and academic intervention. So the bill, as it's written, grants MSDE the authority to develop regulations on the allowable expenses of how concentrations of poverty grant CPG funds can be spent. So that, like I said, is a very, very high-level whirlwind explanation of a 74-page bill, and we will be bringing this back to you for further review and discussion. With that, I'm going to pass it to Ms. Gunning.
Good afternoon. I want to clarify that the presentation I'm going to provide is about current law funding and does not reflect. This one doesn't work. I don't need two. One is too many. Okay. All right. Are we good? Okay. So this presentation is going to be about current year funding based on current law, whereas the information that Alex was talking about is proposed legislation that is still, as you all know, will work through the legislative process, and something will come out of that. Okay, so. Fair. Okay, so where are we? What's new in 2026? So the Blueprint formula programs have an increase of $591.2 million based on current law and the increases in per pupil and enrollment counts. And the Blueprint coordinators, which is funding for the 24 local Blueprint coordinators, that salary amount was increased to $150,000, and it converts to a shared program between state and local governments. There is also increased funding for autism waiver. This does not necessarily support additional slots on the for autism waiver. It funds the increased cost of services for children on the autism waiver. The same thing for non-public placements. It supports the increased costs of services for these students. And the Child Care Scholarship Program, again, supports an increase in students served through the Child Care Scholarship Program in 2026. Next. Okay, so at a glance, we are looking at the headquarters budget. So all of our blueprint formula funding programs, aid to education, those are all in our aid budget. Our funding for state-aided institutions, Maryland School for the Blind, non-public schools programs are in our funding for educational organizations budget. This right here is talking about our headquarters budget, which is all of the folks you see around the room here today. So you can see that we have a total general fund budget of $109 million. The headquarters increase in federal funds is associated with a new federal grant for literacy that is not impacted, based on what we know today, by any changes in federal practice right now. Any questions on changes at the program areas identified on the slide? Next. Okay, this is our personnel change, and this chart is going to look a little different because it includes two things. It includes additional positions, and it also includes a reorganization. So under the Office of the Superintendent, the Audit Office and the Office of School Improvement formerly existed under the Office of the Superintendent, and those have been moved to the Office of the Chief of Staff and to Office of Accountability, which is where you can see new positions in the Office of the Chief of Staff and in Accountability. The new positions associated with early childhood, with and doors are associated with new positions. So the 19 positions for doors are the ones that were authorized by the Board of Public Works in June of 2024. Overall, the department received 18 new positions, which are a combination of actual new positions and a repurposing of existing vacancies and contractual positions. So a total net new of 18 at headquarters. Thank you. Okay, I think we talked about, so these are the new positions that we received. There are 10 literacy and math positions, 3 community school coordinators, which are the positions that Alex spoke about earlier, 3 early learning specialists, and 2 policy specialists in the Office of the Superintendent. Okay, so this is historical data by budgetary unit. These are the 3 units: headquarters, aid to education, and funding for educational organizations. This is 5-year data and shows the change over time, as well as the 1-year change and the 5-year change. Any questions? No? Okay. And this headquarters change is simply the dollars by program within headquarters, the Chief of Staff, Teaching and Learning. These are major divisions within the headquarters office. Change in percent. And this is our aid to education budget. These are by general funds, special funds, and federal funds. You can see that the special funds that support the aid to education budget are largely funds from Blueprint for Maryland's Future Fund. And then lastly, this is our educational organizations budget, which is funded through general funds and special funds. The special funds in this budget are from the Cigarette Restitution Fund, and those special funds support both the non-public textbook program and the Boost Scholarship Program. Okay, so total pre-K funding increases by 6.1%. The increasing eligibility of the national board, number of national board teachers, which Kelly Meadows talked about earlier. There's also been a dramatic increase in students who have met the college and career ready standard, the increase in pre-kindergarten enrollment, and then for concentration of poverty under current law, the per pupil grant eligibility dropped from 65% of students eligible for free and reduced price meals to 60%. Changes in the funding for educational organizations budget. Maryland School for the Blind increases by $1 million. State aided institutions decreases by $5.6 million. However, those reductions are associated with previous one-time legislative increases and not recommendations made by the department. Both the non-public school programs are level funded in 26. Thank you. So these are contingencies in the budget. This kind of course correlates to the information that Alex was providing. So one of the some of the items that the governor has included in his budget is to shift some of the local the cost for teacher retirement to local governments. They would like to modify the non-public placement funding formula, which currently, right now, there's a base cost that all the local school systems pay up to that amount, and then what's over that amount is shared between state and local government. Currently 70-30, they would like to shift it to 60-40 in 26 and then 50-50 in 27. They would like to repeal the driver's education in public high schools grant program, as well as the SAI field trip fund, and then these $73 million the $124 million in adjustments to foundation, comp ed, multilingual learners, concentration of poverty are associated with the governor's education bill. And as a result of those adjustments, there are also corresponding adjustments in the guaranteed tax base and education effort program. And then $73 million of that reduction is repurposed into the programs that Alex was identifying earlier. And then lastly, the budget, the BRFA for 26 implements new market rates for the 2024 market rate survey. It implements an enrollment freeze for child care scholarships for a portion of time until the enrollment reaches a cap, and then the backfilling can continue up till that cap of the number of positions identified on the screen. And then lastly, these are deficiencies. This is where we don't have enough funding in FY25 to cover our current costs. We can request a deficiency as part of our 26 budget. So we requested deficiencies for childcare, non-public placement, autism waiver, assessments, and then the salary funds for those 19 positions at doors. And that is all we have.
All right. Very good. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Gunning and Mr. Reese. At this time, I will open it up for questions that board members may have or comments.
I need some coffee.
Dr. Mueller-McCarthy.
So in one of the slides, you said that there was an increase in non-public funding of $20.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
But then in this last slide, you said there was modification of non-public placement funding formula to the tune of $25 million. So does one wash out the other, or what does that mean?
No. The increase in funding is to cover current costs. So we have both a deficiency in 25, and the increase in funding in 26 is to cover current law. So based on no other changes, that's the amount of money we need to fund in 25 and then again in 26. The governor's budget proposes in the BRFA changing that cost share of the amount over the basic cost, and that's the $25 million that they will see as a savings in the governor's budget. If that passes, then we would likely see a corresponding reduction in our budget to reflect that cost share. So it would decrease for us and an increase for locals.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
So to follow up on that, so on slide 17, it has a 20.9 million efficiency for non-public placements.
Right.
So how does that all go together?
So the 20.9 is the amount we need in current year to pay our current year bills. Okay? The amount that we're getting in 26 is the estimated cost from 25 plus that additional amount that we will need to fund current law in 26.
All right. Other questions? Just have two questions. We have heard a lot this morning that the governor is cutting education spending. We've heard that in the press. How much does the governor increase spending or decrease spending on public education between FY25 and FY26?
6.1%.
Increase.
Yep.
Increase of 6.1%. Thank
And
you.
that's total fund, not just Blueprint fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Second question, the news has also emphasized that cuts disproportionately affect our at-promise students and our poor students. By what rate is funding for at-promise and poor students cut or increased between FY25 and FY26 in the governor's budget?
If at-promise students, I think we mean multilingual learners, students with disabilities, comp ed, yes, 7.7%.
Increase or decrease?
Increase.
Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? Dr. Wright?
Just need action on for the board to vote on the recommended positions that we presented around the legislative actions.
We actually don't have any today, so we're good on that one.
Okay.
Yep. So all the others have been taken, and we'll have. All right. We thank you very much, Ms. Gunning and Ms. Reese. We appreciate your time. A very thorough update. All right. We're going to move to our next item. Just using this as a moment for those that are still watching our meeting. We often move our COMAR items that are permission to adopt after we've fully gone through a public process to the consent agenda if there's no changes. We did pull one today for discussion. When an item comes permission to publish, that is, we're about to put it out to the Maryland Register for public comment, we do bring that to the board for full discussion. So we have a couple items that we're going to be taking up today. So at this time, I will call on Dr. Wright to introduce staff presenters for COMAR 13A 0701 induction regulations.
And I'd like to ask Assistant Superintendent Kelly Meadows to the table, please.
Good afternoon. Right. So this item, the purpose of this item, again, is to request the board's permission to publish. If you do grant permission to publish, it will go to the Maryland Register for a period of public comment. But before we get into the regulations themselves, I want to take a step back and provide you with some background because these regulations have been in the works for quite some time. So we're going to start by going back to the summer of 2023. That is when the MSDE pulled together a statewide work group and charged that work group with the following objectives: to identify evidence-based induction and mentoring practices found to increase student outcomes and teacher retention, compare current Maryland induction regulations to national best practices, and recommend guidelines for induction based on evidence-based practices. So you can see here that several organizations were a part of this work. And not only were those organizations part of this work, but we were very strategic in the roles that they filled. We wanted representation from a wide variety of educators for this purpose. So we had superintendent, we had directors of teacher education from our teacher preparation programs in higher ed, we had secondary principals, elementary principals, we had new teachers, we had mentor teachers, we had the teacher of the year, we had representation from the AIB staff, and we had representation from the Professional Standards Board. So this group met during the summer and fall of 2023 and made several recommendations to the MSDE. Those recommendations were programmatic, or with regard to the mentoring component of induction, or regarding evaluation of the induction program itself. And you can see their recommendations here. So that's what kind of started this work. And of course, the blueprint has language that states that the department shall establish a comprehensive induction program for new teachers. Now, we do have regulations. The regulations that we're talking about today are not a new set of regulations, but it has been some time since they've been amended. So again, in this process and with the work group, we looked not only at the current regulations, but we looked at the blueprint law. And specifically what the law says is that, one, MSDE shall consult with some different entities throughout this process. And that includes our LEAs and our Maryland education deans and directors. And those are the deans and directors of our teacher preparation programs. It also says that the guidelines shall include provisions concerning mentoring and professional development training and support. So, of course, that's a part of induction, and we looked at that. And then it also says that we should incorporate the framework of what was called the Teacher Induction, Retention, and Advancement Pilot Program, or TIRA, you may have heard it referred to. And this is something that started in 2017. Through legislation and ran through 2021. And in essence, in a nutshell, it was a way for LEAs to pilot collaborative time. It was a way for LEAs to pilot giving new teachers, and in this pilot, first-year teachers, an additional 20% for a total of 40% time outside of the classroom. So, of course, we did look at that framework. It also goes on to say that a mentor teacher for a teacher in an induction program should be a highly competent teacher, but it goes on to say that once the career ladder is well established throughout the state, that the mentor teacher should come from level 4 of the teacher leadership track. So we're talking lead teachers, distinguished teachers, and distinguished professor teachers. So with that in mind, we did make some recommendations as the work group, and we disseminated those recommendations via amendments to the regulations to several entities. And so here's a timeline. We solicited feedback from the AIB in September 2024. We solicited feedback from the deans and directors of our educator preparation programs, as well as our LEAs, in October 2024. We did receive feedback from the Accountability and Implementation Board staff in October 2024. And then we went to the Professional Standards Board and asked for formal consultation in December 2024, because the law does say, because this is part of Subtitle 6, Title 10, Title 6, Subtitle 10, that we have to consult with the Professional Standards Board. So we did that. And that information was disseminated to this board as well, I believe. And then we're here today. All of the feedback that we have been soliciting over the past several months has been incorporated in the draft that's before you today. There's certainly feedback that we did not feel was appropriate, but for the most part, the vast majority of feedback that we received from individuals, we did incorporate. So going into the regulations, the next several slides are based on the regulation in the chapter, each regulation of the chapter. So the first thing we have is alignment with national standards, and we are recommending that these particular standards an LEA does have to align with as they develop their induction programs. They include the standards for professional learning that this board recognized during 2024, as well as the in-task model core teaching standards and learning progressions for teachers, which is also the set of standards that our educator preparation programs align to, the social justice standards, the EST standards, and the model code for ethics for educators. Minimum requirements for participation, we are recommending that the 3-year induction program remain. That is what is in current regulations, and the work group felt strongly that that 3 years should remain as a minimum requirement. However, you are going to see some language changes in this section to ensure that if you have a conditional license, that you are having an induction program that is more than 3 years if you are not yet professionally licensed at that 3-year mark. We don't want to pull back that support before that person is ready. And then for our veteran teachers, and that is defined in this particular regulation, is someone that is professionally licensed. So they have the professional credential, but they're new to the local school system, and they have less than 3 years of teaching experience. Those individuals do need 1 year of induction, and that's what's currently in the regulations as well. So here are some programmatic requirements that you're going to find in the regulations. Some of them are carryovers from what currently exists in regulation, and some of them are new. To point out some of the new requirements, ongoing participation in an educator professional learning community, and that was a work group recommendation. Professional learning on state and local school system initiatives and priorities. Professional learning and support for working with students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and differentiating instruction is called out in these regulations. Professional learning for using technology in education is new in these regulations. Review and assessment of the principles of the Model Code of Ethics for Educators. We require our teacher preparation programs to teach these, but as you know, we're an import state and we can't rely on all of our teachers graduating understanding what these standards are, and so we've embedded it into the induction program as well. Job embedded, individualized, and differentiated mentoring. Ongoing professional learning on the multi-tiered system of supports framework. And a plan for professional licensure if applicable. So this is a call out again to those conditionally licensed teachers. Many times they are not successful in their quest to become professionally licensed because they just don't understand how to get there. And so we've embedded that as a requirement during induction for those individuals. Turning to mentoring. Mentoring should be individualized and instructionally focused and job embedded, and it should begin when the teacher is hired. The standards for effective mentoring that the LEAs develop need to be focused, systematic, ongoing, of high quality, and geared to the needs of each teacher, and must include opportunities for observations with feedback. As we know, National Board Certification is a large component of Pillar 2 of the Blueprint. We need the activities in induction to be related and aligned to the 5 core propositions of National Board Certification. We need to support our new teachers in developing culturally relevant teaching practices for all students as part of the induction process. And to the extent practicable, given staffing and fiscal concerns, each new teacher should receive at least 180 minutes of mentoring a month. And you will see as we get into the reporting section that if an LEA is not able to provide that 180 minutes, that they do need to report that to the department and include a description as to why they were not able to provide those minutes. Still with mentor requirements, but now focusing on what does it take to be a mentor. Local school systems do need to develop a selection process for mentors, and it must include a demonstration of their instructional expertise. That can be through a performance task, that can be through submission of instructional data, but there has to be something of substance as to why that individual was chosen, and it has to be related to instruction. We did want to call out that this individual should hold at least a professional or an advanced professional credential. We don't want our new teachers acting as mentors before they're ready. A recommendation from a school or district leader who has previously or currently supervises that individual. And then, as I stated before, once the career ladder is established, there are requirements in the statute for who can be a mentor. Local school systems, as much as possible, should correlate licensure areas or grade bands when they're choosing a mentor, as well as consider diversity markers. And then mentors in the regulations you'll see must receive initial and ongoing training throughout that induction period. Next, we turn to evaluation of the induction program. Each local school system does have to develop a comprehensive evaluation program. And at a minimum, it should include mentee and mentor perception data, mentee experience data regarding their work with the mentor, data regarding the work with the mentee, evidence of program components aligned to national standards, teacher growth data from the beginning to the end of the induction period, retention data, and evidence of the number of instructional-driven mentoring minutes every month. That's a minimum. And then there is a compliance and reporting component aligned with the AIB comprehensive plan. We will expect local school systems to be in full compliance with this chapter by July 1st, 2027. Local school systems shall provide a report to MSDE by that date to include a description of their induction program as well as their evaluation plan. And then beginning 2 years after that, on July 1st, 2029, and then every 3 years thereafter, a report would be due to the department to include the data that I just referred to, as well as the results of the evaluation of their induction program. So with that, we are requesting that this board grant permission to publish amendments to COMAR 13A 0701 Comprehensive Teacher Induction Program for publication in the Maryland Register.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. Now call on Chair McCusker to share the recommendation and a bit on the discussion from the Education Policy Committee.
The Policy Committee did ask for a slight change, modification, which you indicated has been made, that the LEA, if they did not provide the 180 minutes, needs to explain why to the department, which has been added. Thank you very much. And with the addition of that modification, we recommend permission to publish.
Excellent. Are there further questions or comments on this regulation? Okay, if not, we'll entertain a motion. Moved by Chair McCusker, second by Dr. Lewis. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you very much. And the next one we have is COMAR 13A 070603, incorporation by reference, permission to publish. Turn it over to Dr. Wright and Ms. Meadows.
Kelly can just continue.
Thank you. So again, the purpose of this item is to request permission to publish amendments to 13A 070603. And what this incorporation of reference is it's the incorporation of reference embedded in the educator preparation program approval regulations. So these are all of the national standards, as well as there's a state standard in here as well, that all of our teacher preparation programs, educator preparation programs, more than just teacher, have to align to as they develop and implement their programs. And when we review those programs every 5 years, this is part of what we look at. So this is something that I anticipate we will have to bring to you annually. National standards are often updated, and as they are updated, we will need to adjust accordingly. Because this is the first time that we've brought these since the huge repeal and replacement, we found some errors. So those errors were corrected. So in some instances, you're going to see that the date actually looks older, and that's because we were inadvertently using the date that it was published online as opposed to the date of the actual publication of the standards, which was not correct. So those are the changes that you see before you today.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. McCusker?
The Education Policy Committee recommends permission to publish.
All right. Any questions or comments? If not, we'll move to entertaining a motion. Dr. Johnson, second by Dr. Millie McCarthy. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we are now moving on to state board member updates. We have a few that we're going to cover today. I'm going to turn it over first to the Education, Transformation, and Finance Chair, Mr. Crawford. In committee, the committee reviewed a finance topics calendar, and it was approved by the committee, but I've just asked that we do a brief overview of those topics so that the full board and the public have an understanding of what will be going on in the committee.
Okay. They're bringing it up
Mr.
now.
Crawford. Okay, great.
Okay. President Michael's so excited about the math. I was excited too. But I'm really excited here about numbers and budgets and stuff like that. I have like a 30-page presentation. We'll go through every line, but in the interest of time, what I want to say is this is on the website. We've gotten great participation and partnership with the department on it. We're trying to accomplish three things: make the budget process more effective for the department and for the board, and figuring out what are those key decision points and how we can work effectively. The second thing that we're trying to do is to increase transparency. So you saw an example of that a couple of presentations back, where we took time to talk about the governor's budget. So as throughout the year, using this calendar, there'll be opportunities to discuss things in public. We will also have, at the appropriate time, embargoed discussions for the upcoming budget. And the third piece is accountability. So you'll be seeing us talk more about, okay, we had money. Did we spend the money? Did the money accomplish what we expected it to do? This document is on our website. I anticipate we'll go through it this year. Based on our experience, we may make some adjustments at the margin, but this is a leading practice that agencies have in terms of being able to articulate in a rational way how we're going to talk about resources. And this is particularly important when you consider the backdrop of the funding issues that the state is underway. You know, we've made children a priority. We've also consistently talked about taxpayers, making sure that we're absolutely good stewards of every dollar that's being spent, and to the extent to which we can, making those decisions and making that information available to the public so they can see it as well. So the calendar's there. You can look at the calendar, but again, this is our first iteration of it. I would anticipate some changes after the first year, but I think in large measure, it is a good approach. Again, I want to thank the department superintendent for working with us on this and partnering with us on this. This time, that's what I want. That's all I think we need to do at this point. People can see it there on the website.
Excellent, thank you. And while we're here, can you just let us know when the next meeting is for?
It's going to be on February 11th at 4 o'clock, I believe.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'm pleased to announce that the State Board is establishing a work group on early childhood education and care. I'm pleased that Mr. Greer has agreed to chair this work group, and at this time I'm going to turn it over to him to review the membership and the charge, the board membership, and the charge of that group.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, and for allowing me to have the mic again. I'm really ecstatic to chair and work with board members on the early childhood education and care subgroup. The objective of this subgroup is going to be, as a work group under the Education and Transformation and Finance Committee, this group will work to improve and deepen communication and connection between early childhood stakeholders, existing MSDE early childhood committees, and the State Board of Education. Membership will be me as chair. It will be Kenny Clash, Mr. Clash, Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Michael as a part of the committee. And we'll meet quarterly.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Greer. All right, and last, in our consent agenda item, in our consent list today, we made some updates to our governance manual that have impacts for public comment, grounded in our desire. You know, we're more popular these days, and people want to come talk to us. We got long waiting lists, so we're looking for ways to increase availability for public comment, and so these pieces will be embedded. We've also received feedback that 9 a.m. works for some people, but not all people. So the changes will bring some revisions to our public comment process so that we have sessions in the morning and afternoon block. I'll turn it over to Mr. Hands, who's going to review these changes.
Thank you, Dr. Michael, and you stole some of my talking points there. So the governance committee, chaired by Ms. Chang, met a few times over the last month to discuss the board's public comment process and work on language to embed it in our governance manual, which you passed on the consent agenda today. I'll just walk through a couple of the core changes in the public comment process. As Dr. Michael mentioned, we added 5 slots in the afternoon portion of the meeting so that there are 15 total speaking slots for public comment, still at 3 minutes per person for a total of 45 minutes, just to give a little bit more flexibility and to address our increasing wait list for public comment so that we can have diversity of perspectives addressing the board. That's the primary change. Another change that we will socialize with members of the public is moving up the sign-up window so that, one, we have a little bit more time for staff to reach out to folks who are on the public comment list and to provide accommodations to folks who need it. So we will do what we can to distribute that information to the public and to our folks who I know attend our public comment periods frequently. So all of that information will be included now in the governance manual, and we'll get a revised version of that out for all of you and posted on our website for folks to see. One other small change is that to promote a diversity of perspectives during the public comment period at the discretion of the board may limit the number of organizations that speak on just one topic so that we're getting folks who are addressing multiple issues during the public comment period. We may not always need to use the afternoon public comment window depending on what signups look like, so that could vary a little bit from month to month, and we'll keep you posted on what that looks like day of. I think that's everything.
Great, and I just thank the public in advance for your grace as we adjust to these new changes. I'm sure we'll have some hiccups along the way, and appreciate any feedback as we go. Mr. Hands?
I forgot to mention, we're going to launch this in February.
Great.
So important to note, and that'll be reflected on the website.
Excellent, excellent. All right, we'll now move to the next portion of our agenda where opportunity for board members input on any future agenda items. Dr. Mueller McCarthy.
So, despite the risk of being seen as a dog with a bone, I request that Dr. Wright and MSDE report back to the board about communication and specific actions you may take with NASB regarding the national board, to persuading them to include specific language and practice regarding the science of reading and the literacy teaching standards and competencies. And I would appreciate a report back next month at our meeting for that, as well as a timeline to be put on our request to the national board to comply with our request to improve their literacy standards and competencies so that they align with the science of reading. And I would appreciate a report back next month.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Mueller McCarthy. Other topics? Okay, with that, any upcoming events that anyone would like to raise? Yes, Ms. McCusker.
Education Policy Committee will meet on the 13th of February at 4 o'clock.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent. All right, any other upcoming events? Okay. Then at this time, we'll move to our next agenda item. Turn it over to Mr. Schoen for the announcement of opinions for today.
Good afternoon, Board. You had a busy afternoon in executive session reviewing 8 memorandum, and you decided 7 cases today and 2 orders by Mr. Michaels. In BL and WF versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was a student transfer case. It's opinion 25-01. The State Board remands the decision to the local Board of Education for additional action consistent with the decision. In CP versus Queen Anne's County Board of Education, this had to do with a bus stop relocation request. It is State Board Opinion 25-02. The State Board affirms the decision of the local Board of Education. In ED and MD versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was an early kindergarten admission request. This is State Board Decision 25-03. The State Board of Education affirms the decision of the local Board of Education. In KB versus Montgomery County Board of Education, This had to do with school construction concerns at State Board Opinion 25-04, and the State Board of Education affirms the decision of the local Board of Education. In KE and GE versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was a student transfer decision. It is State Board Opinion 25-05. The State Board of Education affirms the decision of the local board. In KS versus Baltimore County Board of Education, this was a student discipline expulsion matter. State Board Opinion 25-06. The State Board of Education affirms the expulsion decision of the local board and directs the local Board of Education to take further action consistent with this decision. In Carl Perry et al. Versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, this was an alleged breach of collective bargaining agreement. This is State Board Opinion 25-07. The State Board of Education remands the matter to the local board for further actions consistent with this decision. And 2 draft orders signed by Mr. Michael, President Michael. Those are EB versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a change in school assignment appeal. It was dismissed for being untimely. This is Order 25-01. And Margaret Wilson versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a request for the State Board to resolve a workplace accommodation dispute under the ADA, and the board dismissed, or Mr. Michael dismissed this for lack of jurisdiction. That's Order 25-02. Thank you. I do not have anything else.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schoen. We appreciate you and your team. We had a heavy month and appreciate all of your support. I was remiss on future upcoming events. I do want to just acknowledge that Blueprint Day in Annapolis is on February 10th. So an important day to where advocates and others will be in Annapolis, including members of our board, demonstrating support for public education. So just putting that on everyone's radar. With that, is there any other items? Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Mr. Chesterfield, excellent. Excellent. He's excellent. Bold. Oh, and Mr. Clash, second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.